Thank you. Welcome everyone to the March 19th, 2026 Tweed Municipality budget meeting. We always begin our meetings with our land acknowledgement. The municipality of Tweed recognizes that our work takes place on traditional Indigenous territories, including the Huron-Wendat, Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize and respect the history, languages, and cultures of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and all Indigenous peoples whose presence continues to enrich our communities. Megwitch. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the approval of today's budget meeting agenda, please? Thank you, Councillor Palmetier. Thank you, Councillor Fleeler. Any comments on said agenda? Seeing none, all in favor. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. I have a couple of mayor's remarks. Some of this may be a little bit repetitive, but that I only did so because people might not have tuned into our meeting on Tuesday. Okay, this budget reflects a disciplined and responsible approach to managing today's realities while preparing for the challenges we know lie ahead. Welcome to the final budget that falls within the term of this council. It has been a rough ride. We've had to raise taxes considerably since the beginning of our term. 2023 at 7.3%, 2024 at 17.8%, and 2025 at 15%. We've come a long way, and I'm sure it's still hard to believe that we continue to have the lowest taxes in Hastings County. I know for many that is no consolation. However, when you consider that we have the largest population along with most roads and bridges, it does raise an important question. Why are our taxes still considerably lower than neighboring municipalities with fewer roads, fewer bridges, and smaller populations? That being said, our management team will be presenting a bare bones budget this morning, and I'm not going to steal their thunder. This is their story to tell. Before we begin, I think it's important to acknowledge that we have essentially been operating through a funding drought. Without external funding, it's almost, I don't even have that on. I didn't have my mic on.
Oh, it was picking up the audio though.
Okay, good. Yeah. Sorry. Before we begin, I think it's important to acknowledge that we have been essentially operating through a funding drought. Without external funding, it's almost impossible to address the significant infrastructure investments identified in our updated 2025 asset management plan. The plan requires us to contribute at least 6% annually to reserves over the next 10 years, just to address the infrastructure needs ahead of us. Within 10 years, we are looking at approximately 44 million in required investments and roughly 204 million over the next 40 years. In 2025, in an effort to secure provincial support, we submitted another funding request. The request totaled 4.3 million for Flitton Road, the replacement of 3 aging prefabricated bridges, and Marl Bank Road. However, priorities at upper levels of government have shifted. There was a time when federal, provincial, and municipal governments would each contribute 1/3 toward major infrastructure projects. From November 2022 through to December 25, we have been required to cover 100% of those costs ourselves. That said, I do want to acknowledge and thank MPP Breezy for securing 820,000 for our well in January 2026 through the Housing Infrastructure Program, Health and Safety Water Stream. That investment is important to our community. When I met with MPP Breezy on March 5th, I emphasized the urgency of our infrastructure challenges. He is well aware of our needs, and I know he is working to help us secure additional support. I also reminded him that the municipality of Tweed has responded aggressively to the Premier's call to increase housing supply and affordability by promoting urban densification, implementing major zoning amendments, allowing secondary units, enabling tiny homes, permitting mobile homes on rural lots, reducing lot sizes and setbacks, reducing parking space requirements, no development fees, and tabling a proposal to support small rural and northern housing developers. In fact, we have arguably done more than any municipality in Hastings County to remove barriers to housing growth. Furthermore, significant investments have been made. Lagoon upgrades supporting 1,500 new homes at a cost of over 4 million. Well investment supporting 750 new homes, hosting a small business forum in 2024, and achieving the highest housing starts in Hastings County for 2 consecutive years, 122 building permits, including 38 new homes and 25 unit income apartment complex in 2024, and 110 building permits, including 20 new homes in 2025. MPP Breezy noted at our meeting on August 5th, 2025, that we needed to show initiative and make the difficult decisions necessary to reduce our infrastructure obligations. He indicated that we could not rely solely on the government for funding. At our March 5th meeting, our March 5th meeting this year, we reported on the difficult decisions we have taken in accordance with our asset management plan. 8 bridges will be closed at end of life service life, where an alternate route exists within 10 minutes, avoiding approximately $13.2 million in future capital costs. Prefabricated bridge solutions have been adopted where feasible, reducing replacement costs significantly, and the installation of our prefabricated Queensboro Bridge to take place in April alone is expected to save over $800,000. In short, we have done everything the province has asked of us. We are the largest municipality in Hastings County by population, the second largest by landmass, and we have the most housing starts in the county. We also maintain the most bridges and the lane kilometers, including more bridges than Belleville. We have consistently brought forward practical solutions on how governments can partner with rural municipalities. As Solicitor General Kersner noted, the municipality of Tweed not only comes to us with issues, they come to us with solutions. It has been a challenge for municipalities across Hastings County to access provincial funding. There was no additional funding in 2023 and 2024. Then beginning in August 2025, the province made significant investments. Funding announcements included Bancroft at $6.4 million, Center Hastings at $9.4 million, Sterling Rodden at $10.8 million, and the municipality of Tweed at $823,000. A total of $27.4 million invested. These are compelling provincial investments. I appreciate MPP Breezy taking the time to listen to our concerns and for this continued advocacy on our behalf at Queen's Park. However, when you look at the distribution, it raises an important question. Bancroft received 23.4%, St. Hastings received 34.3%, Sterling Rodden received 39.4%, and the municipality received 3%. I asked him to help me understand this discrepancy. He acknowledged the province is aware of what we have accomplished and noted that our recent allegations have set us apart. He also indicated that our day will come. On Monday, we learned that Hastings Highlands received $25 million for Highway 62, a road previously downloaded and now considered a municipal responsibility. That brings total provincial investment in Hastings County to approximately $52.4 million. And when that is factored in, the municipality of Tweed's share drops to approximately 1.56%. That is difficult for council to reconcile, particularly when we have the most roads, the most bridges, and the largest population. I remain hopeful that MPP Breezy will be able to bring forward a positive announcement for the municipality of Tweed in the near future. He has demonstrated that he has the ear of the Premier and members of the Conservative Caucus. I've asked CAO Diskey to arrange a follow-up meeting so that we can continue this conversation and determine what steps are needed to move this forward. And with that, I now turn it over to our management team to walk us through the 2026 budget. Thank you. Okay, okay, let me just, sorry. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, the agenda is laid out. I'm not going to keep asking people we just follow through the agenda as it is. Okay, so I guess the first thing we're going to do is a video presentation, and then it's over to you guys and we can ask questions along the way. Okay.
Scratching.
Noise, the scratching on this video.
Oh, oh yeah.
I did like a chalkboard in school, I explained it there.
I can't get to the play button. Technical difficulties.
Oh, Lucas was the expert.
Oh, okay.
A bit silent, no scratching today.
It was your.
Lucas gotta do it by hand. Never.
Yeah.
Understand, your municipality develops its budget. We always hear about them, and often this can feel like another language altogether. Before we get started, there's important information you should know. Ontario municipalities, like the municipality of MFOA, receive approximately 9% of all taxes collected, but are responsible for over 50% of the infrastructure. Let's start by looking at what the word budget means. Simply put, it's a planned, itemized summary of money that is coming into the municipality and how that money is spent over a specific period of time. It's very important to note that provincial government legislation in Ontario states money coming in equals money going out, also known as revenue equals expenditures or a balanced budget. The municipality of MFOA provides more than 60 services to the citizens of the municipality. So municipal council and administration always have to make difficult decisions to ensure this balancing takes place. There are two main components of the budget when looking at the money going out side of the scale. Operating pays for all the day-to-day activities of the corporation. This includes items such as salaries and wages, utilities, supplies, fuel, and insurance, just to name a few. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. So let's focus on how the municipality collects to pay for all these services. For every dollar that comes into the municipality, 64 cents comes from property taxes, 21 cents from grants and subsidies, and 15 cents user fees and other sources. So now we've learned what a budget is, how municipalities collect money, and how they spend it. Now let's take a look at how these pieces work together. Money comes in through property taxes, grants and subsidies, and user fees. The money collected is required for both the operating and capital budget. We've already talked about the operating budget, including day-to-day expenses, but it also includes money for funding capital budgets. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. This connection is made through three methods. The capital levy method reflects a pay-as-you-go approach. The reserve fund method, which reflects a planned save now, acquire or use later approach, and the debt payment approach. Okay, so let's recap. 1. A budget is a plan for money coming in and money going out. There are two building blocks to the municipality's budget: operating and capital. 2. The operating budget is like you're paying your house bills to keep the lights on. Just like in a normal household, our bills go up with inflation. 3. The capital budget is like your major outlays: vehicles, house, renovations, etc. 4. Money comes in from three sources: property tax levy, user fees, and grants and subsidies. 5. Money coming in is used to deliver over 60 services to municipality residents. 6. Municipal council and administration, with the input of the public, decide how to best balance the municipal budget, guided by provincial legislation. And that is how your municipality develops its budget.
So, so over to you, Cindy and Ron.
We just need a mover and a seconder for the first
Well, we're gonna
Just
do
the
that, we have to do that for
Just
each.
the first one.
Okay, could I have a movement and a seconder to table the CEO and treasurer presentation? Thank you, Councilor Fair, thank you, Councilor Paquette, all in favor? Thank you. So we don't have to worry about that until the very end now. Oh, positive, I think if I think that.
Good morning, Mayor Genova and members of council. It's a great day in the municipality of Tweed today. Before I get into the official presentation, I just wanted to thank our staff, primarily our treasurer and her team. As Cynthia was the architect of this budget. It's very innovative, very strategic, and very well put together. It's been an amazing process to work with Cynthia to bring this budget to you, and I'm very proud of the work her and her team did, and I'm very proud of the whole entire municipal team, the managers, the treasurers, the deputy treasurers. But contributed to this budget, and I just wanted to ensure that everybody knew that and that is recognized. We also have a guest here today that normally doesn't come to council, but I thought I would recognize Trevor. Trevor's here today. He's our supervisor of roads. Treasurer, Trevor has been the conductor of our snow removal operations. So I just wanted to say thank you to Trevor.
Yes.
For everything you've had to go through.
You all choked up?
I know. That's in here.
And last but not least, I would like to thank council, the mayor, the councilors for their support this year. Staff have brought a number of reports forward to council. Council has trusted staff and approved the reports, and those reports have been very strategic, feeding and leading into this budget document. So thank you again for your support. Starting off with our presentation, I'll just go through the next slide. Just go through the outline. You're going to hear from me for a little bit longer, then I'm going to pass it over to Cynthia, who will be leading us through this exercise today. There's a few slides on our human resources, assessment changes and tax rate impact, budget highlights, summary of the 2026 operating and capital budgets, long-term debt, reserves, and then discussion points. Next slide, please. So again, I can't say this enough. I want to thank staff for their efforts contributing to the 2026 capital, 2026 operating budgets. Once finalized, staff will continue to monitor and adjust the budgets accordingly to ensure that our budgets are managed and controlled correctly. I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that this municipal budget is a lean budget. With a 6% increase to be dedicated to reserves for asset and infrastructure replacement and repair. And this was indicated to us through our asset management plan. And a modest 1.85% increase for operating, totaling a grand total of 7.85% increase. A few of our major variances, things that have helped us get to this point, include the removal of the Quinte waste solution costs. Countering that is the revenue from Circular Materials Ontario. Few increases include our market value equity increases to wages and our annual wage increase of 2% for 2026. We've also had additional staff added to our complement. In the fall, council approved public works staff person full-time, and also approved 2 casual positions. They were operating from December 15th to March 15th to assist us with snow activities. We've also had the addition of a part-time treasurer in May of last year, and pre-budget approval for our deputy treasurer position. Through staff's work, we've had our insurance costs reduced. It's been a reduction in benefit costs. And finally, included in this budget is the addition of a part-time facility management position, which I'll speak to briefly, and I know Cindy is going to emphasize some of the reasons why that should be there as well. The facility management person is a gap in our staff complement. We have 41 assets, vertical assets in our municipality. They include everything from ice arenas with refrigeration plants, outdoor pool, works yards, this yard here, splash pad, number of different unique assets that we take care of here and benefit our community and improve the quality of life here. This position will be key in preventative maintenance programs, which eventually will extend the life of our assets and save us costs. They'll be key in project management expertise. They'll assist us in rationalizing our assets, our vertical assets as related to the asset management plan. Will be instrumental in the arranging of blanket purchase orders to get us the best prices for different trades such as HVAC, electrical, plumbing, arena ice plant, monitoring, outdoor pool and splash pad maintenance. All these functions will save the municipality dollars. So essentially, this position will eventually pay for itself. Slide. I'm now going to introduce our treasurer, Cynthia Brad, sorry. And Cindy is going to take it from here. So Cindy, welcome,
Thank you.
and it's all yours.
Is it green when it's on? So
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this human resource slide, our CEO kind of already went through all the changes, but just briefly, the budget includes a 2% cost of living increase, 30% decrease in benefit premiums, addition of 1 full-time public works staff position, addition of 2 public works category positions, part-time treasurer, deputy treasurer, and the addition of the facility manager, which is yet to be approved by council. And I was gonna say a whole lot of stuff about this facility manager, but you already said.
Say it again.
So the reason why we need this facility manager is because we have 41 facilities, including 5 old halls, 3 public works garages, 2 boat launches, 1 town hall, arena, library, fire hall, pool, splash pad, hockey rink, and 24 more with a replacement cost of almost $31 million without any staff dedicated to the annual maintenance or upkeep of these facilities. The 2025 AMP indicates that the municipality should be spending approximately 1.2 million annually on the maintenance and upkeep, on upkeep of these facilities, and we're actually not spending anything yet. And in 2026, we haven't budgeted any money. So, I mean, we really need somebody to keep an eye on these facilities, and we've been told by people in our hamlets the issues that they're having with the facilities. So, it's really important that we have a position. The municipality I came from, they had a facilities manager. Normally municipalities have a facilities. So going on. Taxation and assessment changes. So the proposed municipal tax rate increase is 7.85%. 6% of that is an increase required for infrastructure recommended in the AMP and 1.85 for inflation. The revenue increase from taxation will bring in an extra $593,573. This increase is made up of 2 parts. 97,000 or 1.57% is an assessment growth. So if we didn't have any tax rate increase at all, we would have an extra $97,000 through assessment increases. And that's not from, we know that the province is not revaluing, it's just people doing renovations and new houses and that. So the municipal tax revenue for 2026 at 7.85% will bring in $6.8 million. The distribution of the 6.8 million is 5.2 million to general taxation, 440,000 to the infrastructure reserve, $1.2 million for policing or OPP. That amount is held constant at the same amount that we generated in 2025. So impact assessment growth from 2025 to 2026 increased by a total of over 10 million, which is 1.57% growth. It's not very much. So personally, I think this is a good news for this municipality, especially given that you've had some very high tax rate increases in the past couple of years. And I understand that 7.85 is still not just a 2% inflation increase. And if it were only that we had to deal with inflation, it would be that. But we have to deal with $160 million of assets. That's the total replacement cost of your assets. And right now, you don't generate enough in funding to pay for the replacement of those assets. I think the asset management plan was indicating that you'll be spending about $5 million, or you should be spending about $5 million a year in replacing assets. And we're not generating, that $6 million is coming from taxation, is covering operating expenses, and there's a little bit left over to help cover capital. So the funding strategy developed in the 2025 AMP is that the municipality would raise taxes each year by 6%, and this money will go directly towards its assets. So in 2026, the 6% on top of the 1.6% in 25. So you did generate $98,000 in 2025 from taxation for infrastructure that was started. So that plus the additional 6% is providing $440,000 in 2026. So raising the tax rate each year by 6% over the next 10 years will grow that $440,000 to over $4.5 million generated every year. By doing so, you'll be able to maintain and replace your assets without borrowing money. So this slide identifies the distribution of the tax levy. We were able to hold, as I said, we were able to hold the amount generated for the policing at the same amount, even though policing costs did increase by $120,000. So from 25 to 26, the OPP costs did increase by $120,000. But in 2025, you generated about $92,000 more than you needed to, so we put it aside in a reserve. So this year, by generating the exact same amount, we only need to take 27,000 of that, and we're meeting the cost. So we still have 65,000 in an OPP reserve for 2027. Next slide. According to MPAC, the median value of a single family detached home in Tweed is $174,000. I'm not sure if in Tweed it's the same as other municipalities, but you gotta understand that's really old, old dollars. So it's valued at 2016. Anyways, if they're saying it's $174,000. So the 2025, just the municipal tax levy for a house valued at $174,000, they be paying about $1,700 or $1,669 a year just in the municipal tax portion. That doesn't include county and school board. So this additional 7.85 will add an extra $131 to their tax bill, which is actually 36 cents per day increase. So if you put 36 cents a day, if you have a house at 174,000 and you set 36 cents a day, you'll have sufficient funds to pay your tax bill. Next slide. So these slides aren't really too interesting, and you probably can't see them very well, but these are just identify the growth, which there isn't very much. The growth over the last couple of years has been fairly small. And you can see there's columns there where it says the value equity change. That's because we haven't had, MPAC hasn't been doing market value changes. And I know I spoke with someone the other day, I said, are you ever going to? And they said, oh, yes, we are. But, and when that happens, there's gonna be some big changes happening, because if they increase that drastically, we'll have to roll back the tax rate. Because if you're keep it at the same amount and your assessment growth skyrockets, you'll be getting a windfall in taxation, but municipalities cannot take that windfall. They have to drop it back down to what their needs are. So in most cases, I think a lot of municipalities would be rolling back their tax rate when that happens. Next slide.
If I could, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
why is the province reluctant to do it? Do you have any idea? Because it doesn't impact our tax situation when we're able to tax, like you said, And isn't it to the benefit of residents to know that their properties are of a certain amount, especially if they want to go negotiate a loan from the bank or something like that?
So it's really hard to understand why they stopped doing it, and I think they stopped doing it during just when COVID was happening.
No, they
too.
stopped in 2016.
Well, 2016 was the last time, 2020 would have been the next one, but we were just going into COVID. And I don't know that, I'm thinking that put, a problem with going out and trying to reassess properties, whether it is or not. But since then, we just have not done it. And it's, I know for the municipality I used to work for, that increase, equity increase, used to generate about $200,000 extra in taxation without even raising the tax rate. So municipalities are kind of losing out because that's not happening. I hope maybe, maybe they're looking at changes. I really don't, but I hope they will get this straightened up sooner.
Thank you.
So that this slide just shows the assessment values, the residential, multi-residential. It's probably not real interesting. Next slide. And this just shows the distribution of the assessment data. It's 85% residential, commercial 5%, farmland 8%, and other 2%. Next, thank you. So the budgets, budget highlights. So we've already talked about the tax rate increase, so I'm not going to say any more about that. We've got some special area charges that need to change. Now, your special area charges are generally there to try to cover the full costs and those services so that the users pay for the services that they receive. So for garbage collection, that amount, in order to balance, has to increase by $5.35 from $120 to $125, and that's per household. The street light increase is while it's a smaller dollar value, it's kind of a larger increase because it's going from $38.48 to $53.86. And that amount, there seem to be a lot of increases coming in those streetlight charges. And some of them are for pedestrian crosswalks. There's in 2026, there's an extra $3,200 built in for pedestrian crosswalks.
I think this is something though that you and I talked about. I think that should be something that should be incurred by streetlights, crosswalks, are costs that should be should be done, a cost incurred by the municipality, not actually just the residents of living in the village. I don't know, we can talk about that later. Okay, but
Yeah, and if that's the case, of course, staff can come back and do more analysis on this and figure out where you really want to go with this and look at the charges that are built into these so that you understand whether that makes sense or not.
yes, go ahead.
Mayor, I had the very same thoughts. I feel pedestrian lights and traffic lights are in a separate entity from street lights. I had the exact same thought about it.
Yeah, well, we will discuss that, like you said, get to that within the budget. Thank you.
Other parts of this budget highlight is $300,000 is coming from an expected 2025 surplus. Now, you'll see in some of these numbers that the forecast surplus for 2025 is about $500,000. The year end hasn't closed. There's still accruals that have to be done. There's still the odd invoice that's coming in, but at $500,000, I really do think you're going to have at least $300,000 to apply to your budget. And the other thing too is if it's more than 300,000, my recommendation is you take that extra amount and you reduce any financing that's in the 2026 budget.
Cindy, if I may, I think some of that surplus too is because we had projects that we could not do. Well, maybe you'll get to that. I'm jumping the gun.
That's
Sorry.
okay. So the 500,000 surplus is due to the following things. There's a net operating deficit of $91,000. There's within operating, you have a reduction or forecast reduction in revenues of $133,000. And a reduction in expenses of $42,000. So you still have, there's a $91,000 deficit in operating. But when you go over to capital, there's a net capital surplus of $591,000. Now, these ups and downs are all over the place, but there's very large ones in, for example, Queensboro Bridge, $322,000. We budgeted for that in 25. It's happening in 26. So that money that's falling into surplus, it's going to be then used in 2026. Reynolds culvert for 40,000 didn't get done, it's going to be done, or planned to be done in 2026. Plus, if you accept the recommendation on the bag tag reserve and converting that fund to a reserve, then there's $246,000 of that. That's so your $591,000 surplus is 320 from Queensboro and 246,000 if you convert the fund back to a reserve.
Will you talk about that now or later, what you're proposing? Just so everybody knows about.
Actually, I will talk about it right now. So in the past, there was a decision made to create a bag tag reserve fund. And I have to tell you, there's what we call reserves, what we call reserve funds. And when you create a fund, if you borrow from that fund, you're supposed to repay it with interest. But the bag tag, and within that fund, you have park development, which is a legislated fund. You have development charges, which is legislated. The bag tag reserve is not a legislated reserve fund. There is no requirement for it to be a fund. There is no requirement to pay it back if you borrow money from it. It is understood that council in the past thought we need some money because at some point we're going to have to close our landfill. In the financial statements, the liability cost to close that the landfill sites is $3.5 million. You currently have $1.2 million. And you're going, oh my goodness. But you have to understand that liability is a 25-year estimate. It's not something that wham is going to happen tomorrow and you're going to need $3 million. It's based on remediation costs over that 25 years. So, and I know there's many municipalities that have nothing set aside for their landfill costs. I know it's an unfunded cost, and I think everybody's kind of hoping that when we get there, we'll figure out what to do. But so what I'm saying is that you had started paying back some money that you borrowed from this reserve fund. If you decide to convert the fund to a reserve, you're gonna save yourself 796, is it 796 or 706,000, sorry. But you're going to save that 246 from 25, you're gonna save 274,000 in 26, and it's over 200,000 in 27. So while it's a great thing to do, you got cash flow problems and you're borrowing money and it is costing you, and to me, it doesn't make sense to do that. We do put money from the sale of bag tags into that reserve, and you should continue to do that. But all I'm saying is to help you out because you're a little strapped financially. Convert that and don't pay that back. I did actually talk to our auditors and they agreed with me that there is no legislative requirement. That's just something the council decided to do. So. Okay, I actually can't even see that slide. Sorry.
Sorry,
Well, I know I'm not a financial person, but we have tapped into that to buy equipment for the waste site. I think we should, my opinion is, if you have a little nest egg, then you don't have to look over your shoulder for money. You can borrow from that, and my opinion is, I think we should pay it back. I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong, but we in the budget here, we see that we could possibly need a new compactor for the waste site. And that's specific to that account. We could draw that money out of that account directly. In my mind, it's already prepaid. But that situation, I don't think we would need to pay it back because that's a requirement to operate a waste site. But other than that, if we borrow money, I think we should pay it back. And I could be totally wrong.
All I'm saying is that currently you're kind of strapped a little bit financially. And you don't have to do that. It was a good idea, and if you had lots of money and you weren't borrowing, even in this budget, we have to borrow $560,000 in order to cover costs. And why would you take your money here and move your money here and then have to borrow? Like, if we didn't do that, we're gonna have to borrow $750,000, not only $550,000.
But I figured if we borrow from ourselves and pay it back with interest, we're putting money back in our own hand.
Sorry?
I thought that if we borrowed money from that account and we pay it back with interest, we're putting money back in our own hand, so. And I know we're in quite a pickle here, but, anyway.
Yeah, but go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but aren't we
Wait till
then,
you my son, sir.
aren't we then asking the ratepayer to pay interest on money that they've already paid? That's ours anyway? Okay, thank you.
But and I agree to that. With that as well, but we're putting money back in our own pocket. Instead of paying a financial institution, we get the benefit of that.
But you have to borrow more from the financial institution, sorry, you have to borrow more from the financial institution because you're doing that. And you're going to cost the taxpayer more because you're doing that.
I think my light's flashing red. Am I still okay? Like. Oh,
Well,
am I
we
now?
prepared for this.
Oh, yeah, going back and forth. Sorry. Thank you. Good questions. Thank you. Okay, back to you. Thank you.
Oh, so I was gonna say next slide, Lucas isn't there.
You may have replaced it.
Come on, Lucas. Sorry.
Okay, so to go on, there is some borrowing required in 2026 because of the, the fact that we're not generating enough right now to pay for all our capital. So this budget has got 538,000 or 539,000 of borrowing included. And that will cost, if it's borrowed over 10 years at 3.5%, that will cost us $64,000 a year to pay off over 10 years. And we think about 64,000 is about a 1% tax rate increase right now. And again, if the surplus is greater than 300,000, we will lower that debt financing. And the debt financing, I wouldn't be taken out to the very end of the year so that the interest doesn't hit until 2027. There's included in this budget is a library levy of 177,394. The library hasn't yet provided a budget. This is simply an amount that I have included, and it's 2% greater than the 2025 budget. This budget also includes the use of $1.3 million in reserves. And that is 300,000 for the Public Works Reserve for transportation capital expenditures, 500,000 from the Infrastructure Reserve. Now that 500,000 is coming from that extra tax rate that we're generating. And we don't have to put it in a reserve and keep it there and not use it. We're gonna generate that and it's gonna help cover the cost of our assets. It includes, there's 300,000 that's gonna come from surplus, which isn't in a reserve yet. $90,000 from a fire equipment reserve to cover a portion of the fire vehicle that we will be. I'm not sure if we'll be receiving it in 26, it may be 27, our fire chief can speak to that, but we probably will have to pay a portion, an additional portion of the costs in 2026. And if not, we'll have to carry that forward into 27. There's 58,976 in water reserve to cover a portion of the cost for the HSWS project. There's 35,616 from a park reserve to cover the debt payments for purchase of a vehicle acquired in 2024. Now, apparently that was agreed to by council, when the vehicle was purchased back that time, that the Parks Reserve would cover the payments for that. And there's $150,000 that I've included as a transfer to reserve for winter maintenance. And I'm not going to explain that just yet. I'll explain that in a little bit. So next slide. So this is a picture of the operating budget summary. In total, bottom line, overall capital or operating expenses have increased 2%. This is also in your budget package that we will go through after the presentation. Within the operating budget, there is a 12% increase in salaries and benefits, but it's offset by other areas where there's decreases in almost every line, except for debt payments and external transfers. The Joint Fire Board, I can't even pronounce these, but they've actually increased in 2026. And note that the surplus from the operating budget is 445,000 greater than 25, which means it's providing more funding to capital. Next slide. So this is a picture of your capital budget. The revenue decrease of $1 million is primarily due to decreases in planned debt financing for 26 and decreases in government transfers. The 25 budget had more government transfers than were approved or received. Budgeted capital expenditure is almost identical to 2025. However, 2025 actuals are expected to be 2.2 million, or only half of the budgeted amount. And again, a lot of that was because of this excessive grants and all the amounts that were budgeted that didn't happen. The 2026 transportation capital budget is $1.9 million, and it includes 2 plows, each for $425,000. Something that I think is really important to note is that in 2025, we spent about $184,000 maintaining and repairing our vehicles. $184,000 to repair and maintain vehicles that are like 2012, 2015, 2017. There's 3 vehicles in particular that cost $153,000 to maintain. When you get vehicles that's costing you that much to maintain, you get rid of them and you buy new vehicles, because the debt payment is going to be less than the maintenance costs on those vehicles. For example, you could buy 3 new plows and at $425,000, finance them over 10 years. And while the total annual payments, interest and principal, would still be like $150,000, it's only $24,000 a year in interest. And while like we're trying to measure the same things, like 24,000 is the interest charge compared to $150,000 of a maintenance charge. But then you have to add the principal cost, because that's all in the rate base, right? The only thing is you've got 3 new assets and your asset base has improved, and you've got equipment that works much better. It's when vehicle maintenance goes over $50,000 a year for one vehicle, it's time to replace them. Next slide. This is a picture of the long-term debt. So originally you had a lagoon loan that's costing $132,000 a year. In 2024, an F-350 was purchased for parts in the amount of $98,000 and is financed by Ford at an interest rate of 5.49%. The annual payments are 35,000 and are financed by reserve. I would always recommend you don't go to dealers to, to buy vehicles. We go to Infrastructure Ontario because that's a 5.49 when we just got a 3.1% for the vehicle that we financed in 2025. In 2023, we took out construction financing for Pomeroy, McClellan, Joe Allure Bridge, and work done at Queensborough Hall. And this debt was 3.8 million, and it was converted to a debenture in 2025 at an interest rate of 4.3% over 25 years. And the annual payments are 252,048. The original 2025 budget called for financing in the amount of $2.3 million. However, grants didn't come through, and so there was a lot of work that didn't need to be done. So the $2.3 million in borrowing was scaled back to $1.3 million in borrowing. And that was to cover the greater snowplow and F-350 and the bridges, the new bridges that were being purchased. So so we borrowed 788,000 for the loan and for the greater and the snowplow, and that is at an interest rate of 3.62%, or $94,000 over 10 years. The loan for the F-350 at 75,000 it's an interest rate of 3.1% with payments of 16,000 over 5 years. So we were going to borrow the additional amount for the bridges, and then the bridge locations changed, and then there was a lot of going back and forth with Infrastructure Ontario. And what ended up is I didn't complete those loans. We didn't borrow it, and we actually didn't have to borrow it. So we only borrowed, I think it was 800,000 instead of the $1.3 million, and we're still ahead with the surplus in 2025. Next slide. So this is what they call annual debt repayment limit, or ADRL. And this is what the province will allow municipalities to pay back this amount, or kind of a difficult thing to, I'll try to explain this. So it's based on net revenue, and the net revenue is own source revenue, which doesn't include grants. So in 2024, the net revenue without any grants was $7.6 million. And then out of that, they take 25% of it. They say you can borrow 25% of that, and it's not actually borrowing. You can have annual debt payments of that amount, not borrow that amount. And then they say, subtract off any annual debt payments that you have. And in 2024, you have the 173,000. So that ended up with 2024 estimated annual debt repayment limit of $1.7 million. And again, that's talking about how much you can afford to pay back every year. Now that's a huge amount of money, and no municipality would ever want to do that, because to borrow that would cost a lot of money to and increase tax rates. But all that to say is that this is the formula the province uses. So the debt has increased. It's increased significantly. It's gone up to 530,000 debt payments per year. And 2026, it'll go, if this is approved, it'll go up to $594,000 of debt payments annually. But we still have debt room, according to the province, of $1.3 million. And again, the methodology, so when we want to borrow, we go then to Infrastructure Ontario, who then has a different formula for telling us whether we can borrow or not. And it's not that large. So they look at your debt capacity and what you're paying, how much you're taking in credit.
So if I go back to my comment earlier in my opening remarks, where I talked about governments used to contribute a third, and a third. You look at the work that we have done, purchasing the bridges, the Pomeroy, McClellan, all of these things, typically they would be shared a third, and a third. Here we are, we have to incur 100% of the costs, and therefore 100% of the debt associated with that. Our debt limit would be much lower if the I mean, our debt obligation would be much lower if we had had that support from those other governments, but it just shows when you have to front 100%, it kills you. It kills you.
Next slide. This is a picture of our reserves and reserve funds. So, these are the reserves, and bottom line in our reserves expected at the end of December 31, 2026 is $2.6 million in reserves. And the next page are your reserve funds, which includes the waste site, like bag tag, and bottom line for the reserve funds, total $1.3 million. So you're not, well, from what I've seen in the past, you're doing well, although if you compare you to other municipalities, you're not doing, like, they've got a lot more in reserves than, but you're not the only ones in this position. So, next slide. So the things that council needs to make decisions about are as follows. The municipal tax rate increase of 7.85%, which again, 6% infrastructure, 1.85% to general. Waste collection increase of $5, it's $120.01 a year to $125.36 per property. Street lights, again, there's a conversation that needs to be had about street lights. The use of the surplus, the use of $1.3 million in reserve, the transfer of $150,000 from the operating cost to winter maintenance. And again, we'll talk about that as we go through the budgets. Debt financing of $538,000, conversion of the bag tag reserve fund to a reserve and discontinue repayment of funds borrowed. Library levy of $177,394. And the new position, the new facilities manager position.
So then, when we're done everything, you will pull these back up.
It'll be in your documents that you're going through.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the end of the presentation. If there's any questions, right now, I guess we're going to go to the individual budgets and the departments by department, and we'll have the managers speak to their own budgets.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna start with protection services, is that?
No, actually, I just, so the first couple of pages of this document are again, just summaries. The, page 1 is the operating budget summary, and this one's readable on the slide that wasn't too readable. And it just shows, like, bottom line, shows you your forecast. The next slot, the next page 2 is the, capital budget. And again, at bottom line of the highlight, the 2025 forecast, very bottom, you'll see there's a $500,000 estimated forecast.
If I may, when we look at the Canada Community Building Fund, as revenue there, that also includes the share. Like, I think our share is, we get directly $198,695, and then the county also allocates the portion they get back to us, which brings it up to the 339.
Yes.
And then, and our OSIF actually declined. I
Yes,
mean, when you think that's for Ontario Critical Infrastructure Fund, and so then all of a sudden, we're seeing a decline in 2026 when we have all of these infrastructure concerns, so just wanted to point that out.
you did actually have an increase in your OMPF, though.
That's right, considerable.
Yeah, so. Yes. Page 3 is just, page 3 and 4 are kind of detailed tax calculations on how the tax rate is calculated and the breakdown between all the assessments and this includes a draft or preliminary county tax rate because they haven't, I'm not sure if the bylaw has passed yet, but I know they have.
The county has.
So I will have to check to make sure that that's the rate, because what I did was when their budget was passed, I just.
Sorry, it passed at personal and property, but it's got to go to county council on Thursday next week to be officially approved.
So, yeah, just to say that that's sort of a draft issue, but, the municipal budget is in here.
What I think is interesting too, when you look at the total taxes that we collect. I want people to know that, like, although it seems like a large tax bill that you're receiving, almost 35% of that does not go to us. It goes to other organizations such as county and education, but we collect it on their behalf. Like, you know, when you get that total tax bill, only about 64.6% of it is money that is taxed by us when I was looking at the numbers.
Right. And that's why too, that it's important to have cash flow, because we have to pay large bills to the county, and when we pay the county and the school board, I believe it's over $1 million that we're paying them when we have to make these payments, so we need to make sure we have money in the bank.
And then I'd like to go back to, I think you've got us down based on older rates at about 2 million, almost $2.5 million from the county, and so we're paying. We as a community are paying the county that. So when there are supports out there that the county's providing, we should make sure we tap into them from our residents, because we are actually paying, our residents are paying into those supports.
And we do have some people that are actually applying for those,
Good.
the low income senior and disabled, there's tax credits for that. And we have been receiving the applications for it.
Thank you.
Page 5, again, this is simply the, this is the assessment information. And again, it's probably not interesting, but. Page 6 is an org chart, the current org chart showing all the positions that are in Tweed, and it also has the other one, like positions under the different boards as well. The Joint Fire Service Board and the Building Inspection Service Board. We did put, I think, the facilities manager in there, hoping that that's approved.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Councilor Fleetwood. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, to the finance, what are we actually getting money, payment in lieu, or are we getting that?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're speaking to.
Okay, so you, on page 5, you've got, payment in lieu there, PIL. And maybe I'm not.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So anyway, for government agencies to have properties in our municipality, they give us a payment in lieu, like the post office, the liquor store and all that stuff. Are they stepping up to the plate, or are we getting tapped?
So you're right, this identifies the assessments under the payment in lieu, and there's federal, there's provincial, then there's LCBO and Canada Post. Most of them pay their bills. The federal government, I know in the past, is tough to get them, because they pay what they say the assessment is going to be. And regardless of whether it's taxes, the assessment is, and I've come across this in my previous municipality, the federal government says, no, I'm not one of those, I own this, and I'm only going to pay you back. And even though I did a lot of complaining, and I know treasurers will all talk about this, particularly with the federal government, they only pay what they want. The other ones are pretty good.
Okay, I think we should only pay the income taxes we want to.
Oh, yeah.
I already saw there though somewhere that like we weren't even getting some of these from the provincial government as well.
Well,
When I looked in this.
So I'll look into that further, because I know I have to straighten out what we did collect and whatever for the PILs for 2025. In my past experience, I've had a few debates with the province over certain things. They normally win the debate, but I'm trying to think about what it is. So for Tweed, I'm not sure, but I've heard that they don't pay their full.
In the
amount.
past, we have not had success, as Councillor Fleeler has mentioned, okay, so, and I don't know how it's gonna be for 2025 or 2026, but in the past, we have not received our payments, which is kind of ironic, because like, you know, Every little bit helps us. It doesn't matter if it's only $1,000 or $2,000, it still helps us to some degree. And everybody should be able to have to carry their full share of what's happening. Now, I don't know if they're assuming it's because it's the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or we give you that, so we should be able to be covered by that. I have no idea, but
I will definitely look into that when I wrap up the 2025 PILs, because I haven't had an experience with, I'm trying to think what the issue was, why they didn't pay it. It was a certain amount. And it might have been the, whether it was the school, I'm not sure. But I will definitely look into that, and if they haven't paid their full share, I'll be calling them, because
I assume these buildings are all paying for their water and sewer in town.
I would, I would
Yeah.
hope so.
I would hope so too, so should make sure on that, yeah.
So going to page 7, that's the start of the budgets, and this is just the admin budget, so I'll just speak to it. And the only things that I'm going to mention are things that are kind of significant. So for example, the OMPF, that one grant actually increased by $248,000, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We are collecting more in penalty and interest, so when people don't pay their tax bills and we put all these penalties and interest on them, we get more in penalty and interest, assuming we can collect it. But so the 25 budget for penalty and interest was only 94,000, and we've actually collected or recorded, I can't say collected, we recorded $146,000 in revenue. The 2025 or 2026 budget has been brought up to $120,000. Now, that's not really a good news story, because that just means people aren't paying their taxes.
Or struggling to pay their taxes.
The investment income. Sorry, investment income, this is the amounts we're receiving in the bank, that's up. So the budget was 31,000, forecast is 51,000. And I've got a budget in here of 52,000, so I bumped that budget up by $20,000. Admin transfers, so that's $300,000 that you're seeing there. That's the surplus that I'm kind of I'm plugging back into the budget so that we can use that as revenue. Then the tax increase with the 7.85%, it increases the taxes, and tax supplementaries are up too. So for 2025, the budget was 30,000, and we've recorded $117,000 in supplementary taxation. So now the budget for that is 95,000, because it's a very difficult one to know what's going to happen if people are building or what they're doing, or but we did well in 2025. So on the expense side, salary and wages are up. Oops.
We must have saved a whack of money on the benefits negotiators and package, I see major declines for everybody.
It's 30%,
Wow.
and it went from $220,000 that we paid in 2025, and so they're giving us a budget of
Oh
$154,000.
my gosh.
I know, I help there.
So that's a decrease in premiums, but not the benefits.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's all our CAOs
Well,
were.
good for you. Ron, is it the same company or a different company?
You're the mayor, it's the same company.
Whoa. Holy hell.
So page 8, we're not doing the payroll review, whatever, of equity, so we're saving $150,000. What else is here that's significant? We've got an election expense, of course, because there's an election, and that's budgeted at 28,000. What I do recommend, though, as you go forward for 2026 and beyond, is that you create a reserve and you budget 1/4 of that every quarter, so that you don't have this kind of stuff going up and down. You'll have the money, but you just keep putting the money aside every year.
Do we have a general, is that basically how much it costs for election, or is that just starting out reporting some of these costs? You know, is it gonna be, that's typically the cost, Lori?
from our calculations, that should be the total cost to do the election.
Okay.
commission.
Thank you.
So we have some increase in costs in equipment or rental and software subscriptions. We're going to be adding some new modules in Assist. Assist is the general ledger software where we're adding the bank reconciliation module and the cash module. I'm not sure if we'll be adding more, but then if we go to the county, working with the county, there's also a $1,700 in a new firewall that we'll need to pay for.
Have they given us any indication, yet when they will take over, our IT basically for us?
Through the mayor, no, I have a meeting next week,
Okay,
so we might get more information then.
I know everybody's moving to the, it's just that it's too much, it's just too complex anymore to deal with, so. So,
So is there any guarantee they're gonna do that? Because
yeah, no, they will do it for us, yeah,
All the 2 municipalities, isn't it?
yeah, all the two.
So moving on to page 9. Then we have the insurances throughout all the departments. If the cost of the insurance is spread throughout them all, with this one, there's a reduction of 18,000, but we also had to include cyber insurance that we pay for as well. There's a large increase under legal and professional fees. Now, whereas you had $150,000 savings on the other page because of that other contract, in this account here, there's a number of things. There's legal fees in here for any kind of lawyer we need. The facilities manager is in here at 67,000. It's for 2026. The position has been built in as a contract position. I'm in here, sorry, the treasurer's in here, and the person we were doing the bank reconciliation is also in here. And that's pretty much going to end because she's transferring over to Arthur, our deputy treasurer. So we have a new cost here for payroll. It's the $30,000 with the ADP implementation that when we get ADP to take over doing that payroll. There's a large so the transfer to reserves in the 2026 budget of 440,472. That's the amount we're taking in taxes for the infrastructure, and then I'm transferring it to the reserve. That's why it's showing up there. And the peach colored items throughout all of these spreadsheets are capital items that we've already talked to in the capital meeting. So unless there's something that somebody wants to particularly talk about, that's what those are.
Yes, I'll go ahead,
So just as we're going along this process, once we're done these sections, can we speak to these sections or do we wait till the end?
no, you go ahead and speak as
Okay.
we're going through.
Well, one thing in the capital I want to bring up, our accounts payable. She shares a printer now with everybody else and has to tell everybody to not print. Is this gonna include a printer for her? It seems crazy to me she can't have her own printer. That's just an observation from being here, it gets interrupted in the middle and then she's gotta restart, so. I think that's an important we should add in there, that's just an observation, but.
Through the chair, I believe the treasurer and deputy treasurers are looking at alternate ways so that we can eliminate printing, different ways of paying rather than checks. So that's something that we'll be looking at. So it's something that we're not too concerned about at this time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
There are some costs built in here for additional computers and iPads for if there's new counselors, there's iPads that are built in here, but anyway.
Okay. I want to say I do have concerns, and you stated all the reasons why it's a good idea, but I do have concerns with the facilities manager and the cost of that. I feel, this is my opinion only. Our department managers, like I'm gonna public works and fire and Parks and Rec did a good job looking up at their facilities. I know there's other facilities that can do that. A lot of our staff are trained in more than one position. They're all cross-trained, and that's just typical with small municipality. And I feel that maybe there might be other staff that could take on some of these extra facilities that don't fall under their jurisdiction. Like the halls or whatever. I think there's gotta be a better way. This just seems like a lot of money for stuff that I feel like that. I feel, and I'm gonna point out fire did a good job at maintaining their facilities, and so is Public Works and Parks and Rec. So the ones that fall through the crack, I feel there's gotta be a better way than spending $67,000 plus. That's my opinion.
Yes, go ahead, Council Palmer.
I just have a question directly related to that.
Yeah,
You guys are in a day-to-day, I'm not. And so, I just a better understanding for myself and for anyone watching. What those roles would be of the facility manager.
Through the chair to the counselor. Preventative maintenance programs, we don't exist here. That we do have a contract, I believe, for the arena, for the ammonia plant, the compressors, things like that. But like our staff are not even certified to operate a pool at this time, so we're working on getting that training for them. So looking at these preventative maintenance programs, just the other day, Lori called for a furnace. I think I mentioned this the other day, a furnace repair at Thomasburg. The filter hadn't been changed. Nobody's been going in there to check that, you know, do a cleaning, do a check. And the deputy mayor is correct. People wear many hats here. This is our resident furnace expert here at the Civic Building. I've managed the septic tank installation when I got here at 1008 Hall. I also oversaw the septic repair at Queensboro. You know, just that example alone, we saved $3,500 because I intervened. We had a quote from one individual who was quoting us $4,500. We got the repair done for $1,000. So if I hadn't intervened, the hall would have gone forward and done that, and you know, they didn't follow our purchasing procedure at all. So the extension of these assets, roofs, you know, heating systems, life safety systems, whether it's your fire alarms, your sprinkler systems, if we have them, etc.
Like grant writing would be a part of the role, or
If there's opportunities, yes, and that could go to energy savings as well, you know, energy audits. You know, none of our buildings right now have a facility-based audit on them. We don't know when a roof is going to be due. We don't know how to budget correctly for them. You know, in our capital, because we don't know when these assets require these different repairs or these upgrades. They can also assist us with the rationalization of our asset management plan. So Cindy's alluded at this time, we have an X amount of dollars that we need. Now, we already saw what could happen to that large number if we take out the 8 bridges. I know going forward, staff are going to bring some road rationalization recommendations to council. So that's the next step. The next step after that is our vertical assets. Do we need all 41 buildings? Can we sell a couple of them for money to put into the reserves and then alleviate our commitment to those assets financially? One of the biggest things I'd like to see happen, and right now nobody has the time, is to set up blanket purchase orders for the different trades, so that we set up, for example, that hall, Thomasburg Hall, that furnace gets inspected twice a year, that we have a schedule on that, and that they do that type of maintenance, prolong the life of that apparatus in there. Whether it's the AC, the roof, the windows, the building envelope, even the parking lots and stuff like that could be looked at. I know we have Public Works doing that now. You know, so if we had a plumber of choice that gave us a blanket purchase order, better rate, and that the halls would know, we can call XYZ Plumbing and they will come in. That alleviates me from looking at the 3 quotes, because we've already established that that blanket order is in place and they can do that, right? Right now, our roof leaks. I was upstairs the other day in the Trails office, taking down the tiles. The garbage is still in my office, and put up a bucket. So it's the drains, and it's also leaking downstairs by the elevator shaft. You know, I have to worry about the elevator shaft, and you know, right now, I didn't realize this, but the other day. We were made aware that they're in once a month at $1,000 a month, the inspector, but nobody's seen the guy come in. But we still keep getting the invoices. I'm not saying he's not coming in, but it would be nice to be on top of that as well. So there's a lot of details, a lot of infrastructure needs that aren't being addressed in a way that can save us a lot of money.
If I can carry on from that, I think. A thing that as council we often hear is. So individuals on staff or just staff in general, they make too much money. They do this, they do that. It is a very small part of our budget. I wear so many hats in the roles I play day to day that it's hard sometimes to differentiate it. We've watched, especially this term of council, many different roles come in and you sit back and for myself, you put faith in staff and say, well, I hope this works, so don't make me look stupid. And I think there's been a lot of direct savings or efficiencies that we can see. That's what we can see. I'm assuming there's more. So every time we've been skeptical, there hasn't been one yet that hasn't made me go, okay, they're providing their value and more. So I just wanted to give a chance to kind of explain that role because it can be taken so vague by the public as that, well, why do you need someone to look after buildings? You have people at buildings. Again, like it's you wonder about bringing on a new staff person, but I think that's just the newness of it. But it's nothing works without the staff we have, the good staff we have. So it's we've already seen the value in prevention instead of just having to act when emergency strikes. I think Queensborough Hall is probably one of the most expensive ones we've seen as a direct cause of not being aware of situations. So anyways, thanks.
Yes, go ahead, CO Diskey, then Councilor Flynn.
Just to the chair, I just also want to remind you of the strategy that I've employed in bringing this position forward. We've started it off as a contract role. So we don't have the expenses, the other expenses of the benefits and those types of things. We started it off as part-time, so it's not a full week of salary. And we've also started it off after this process is done, the budget process, so it's not a full year's salary. So once we start this and we feel it's not paying the dividends it's supposed to, then you can easily discontinue it. Or it could work the other way, that it's paying those dividends and we see the need grows, and then you evolve that position. So right now we're taking a cautious approach and bringing this in as a part-time contract role with about 3/4 of a year's salary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn, and then Councilor.
Yeah, I find it difficult to support this as well. And although we need to be sure that our facilities are in good safe state of repair, I feel that this time we can't afford to do this because we've got a $358,000 increase in payroll and benefit right now. I do understand the importance of keeping the facilities in good state of repair. I feel that if we had this in the past where we had a dependable network of vendors that we relied on. And I know that in some cases we need to do a tender. Still have to do a tender if the facilities manager's here. But at this point, and with a possibility of borrowing $500,000, I can't see putting the burden on the ratepayers. As much as I know it's important, I don't think we can afford to do it right now.
Thank you, Councilor Valiquette.
So my take on a facilities manager kind of stems from the work I do now. And we have people do preventative maintenance all the time with the intent of saving you money long term. They're not putting people at risk, they're making sure that where I work, residents and staff work in a safe environment. And then from I would imagine from a corporate perspective, we're achieving efficiencies in the fact that we're not coming in after the fact when something is broken, we're addressing something ahead of time to avoid that. So there's an element of continuity of service that a facilities manager will provide to us. I think also, depending on who you hire, your facilities manager may have a skill set that would also give the municipality the opportunity to take advantage of. So, you know, a retired plumber, retired gas fitter, somebody like that may be able to clean furnaces, change out things that you might hire somebody to come in and do. The reality is with this job, I think there's gonna be intangibles that you're never going to really be able to see. And this work comes down to some of the things that we've done as a council. We've hired some really good people, and our really good people have hired other really good people. And we have to trust them to make sure that what's getting done is to the benefit, at the end of the day, to the ratepayer. And I'm willing to kind of take this on just based on what our CAO is saying. If this is not a full year, it's a contract position. And it's something we'd be able to look at the end of the year to see if there are any benefits, if we're realizing any tangibles versus the intangibles and what those may or may not be. And is it benefiting our municipality? So my 2 cents.
Yes, Councillor Flair, and I don't know, are we gonna vote on this now then? Like, will we do this, or do we do it at the very end?
So at the end, I think, the way it's written is there's one resolution to accept the budget. However, if there's pieces of it you don't want to accept, then at that point, you decide that that's the amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Hey, your worship, thank you. I'm gonna pick on the fire chief. He's a perfect example of looking after the facilities. He not only looks after his equipment, he looks after the building over there. The crew does. I mean, I'm sure that he's gonna give the boys a pat on the back for what's done over there, but that's a perfect example of what we should be doing in every instance. Like I feel that whoever's at the arena should know, and they do. Whoever's at the public works should know if there's buildings in a state of disrepair, and they do. I just feel it hard to right now when we're up against our backs are up against the wall, that we might have to add another. I don't know how much it would cost for the whole year. I think the 67,000 for partial part of the year. I don't know. But I just and when the cost of groceries have gone up 40%, like I just feel so. My heart's in here for the people that can't afford it, and as our mayor has stated, there's help at the county level, and we need to make sure that those people are aware of that. But anyway, getting back to the facilities manager, I just, as much as I see the need, I can't see us being able to afford it right now.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Kind of reflecting on what everybody else is saying. I'm not dismissing the importance of facilities management. I think there could be things that could be done, like with the preferred vendor list, I agree with, and that may make their job easier, all departments' job easier to say, I don't have to shop around to find out who I can use for a furnace cleaning or furnace this, that, whatever. But they could in tandem work with those vendors. So say heating system, Ryan, I'm gonna pick on you, your public works garage. You could arrange with those preferred vendors to come automatically once a year to clean and inspect those heating systems. And it really wouldn't take away from what you're doing now, because it'd be an ongoing annual thing with those preferred vendors. So I'm kind of like saying what I said before. I think all our managers do a really good job of that. If they're given the right tools, this will alleviate any load that they have, like preferred vendors and in programs that they can tap into automatically without incurring any extra load.
I just may say a couple of things. I do see the need. I mean, it really came out too when we had the meeting with the hamlets. How things can really regress when people are not on top of things. So I totally understand all of that. The thing I like about it is it's a temporary, as you mentioned. Give it a year. Let's see. We do see any dividends. And ultimately, like we have a new council coming in and I guess it would be November 2026. And when they're looking at the budget at that time, if they haven't seen the benefits of anything that we're hoping that we're going to see as a result of this, they can terminate that position at that time. I would like to see us at least give it an opportunity because I'm sure, yes, maybe Ryan and Derek can go ahead and do a lot of these things, but if that's one less thing they have to worry about and someone else is taking it on for them, that means they can focus where they really should be focusing rather than worrying about those kinds of things. Anyway, that's just my position. So we talked about it. Do we leave it till later when it comes up? Lori, how do you leave it till later? Okay, so good discussion though. I'm glad everybody had a chance to share and everybody had good points. Okay, so now where do we go?
So now we're moving on to the fire department on page 10, and I will let our fire chief speak to any large variances.
But I just keep it up to the last.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I won't run.
I think you put it I was lost.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just go ahead.
To the mayor and council, I'll just go through some of the highlights of the stuff. There has been any major changes in it there. If you start at the top here, we look at the I guess is the firefighters' wages. We've increased them 10,000 this year, but that's due to our training certification. So to help, we don't take our wages out of training for the training. It actually comes out of wages to they get paid. So that was the increase of the $10,000 this year on that. If you go down a major variance here, you'll see in the pumper, we've dropped it back this year. That's the one we're going to be replacing. So we're hoping there's no major changes, no cosmetic anything for that this year. And the other two, you'll see the other two in there, the unit 2 or unit 3 and unit 4. Both are increased this year just due to they need unit 3 is their rescue, and the back rims on it need to be replaced because they're steel rims on it. They didn't put aluminum from the factory, and they're rotting out and will need to be replaced for safety this year. Same thing on the unit 2. We've got belt or a bad shake in the front of it, and the 2 front tires need steer tires need to be changed on that. They're bulging, so that was the increase on them too there. Going down, there's no other major changes. We had to do see them changing. We asked about the inspection test. We will have more. We have dropped it back this year, but we also will have this year of testing of all of our hydrostatic testing of our models and stuff for our SCBA cascade system on the back of our compressor. The extrication tools have to be done this year as well, and we have several, like you said, have all them listed there of all the different things that have to be done this year. And there's more maintenance every year or testing for safety that we're required to have done each year. You go down, you'll see the $15,000 on the training. That has been changed. You'll see that on the next page. It's been allocated to an actual training fund, and then it's laid out for all the courses and stuff. We put the courses in, so separate courses, so that they would have a detailed list of all the courses that they will be taking and the cost of each of the courses this year. So it's been allocated into reallocated to a separate training fund this year. As you go to page 11, you'll see the top here. So you'll see the mutual aid. We have dropped that back this year just due to previous year's original or budgets from 25. We're at 20,000. We only spent 8. We've took it back to 10,000. That's for all of our automatic aid. And you can see there for Stone Mills, Madoc for the M&R that they do the south section for us. We also, as I was explaining to you the other night with the water rescue and stuff with Belleville, we're going to be going into an agreement with them too. So we will have charges for that, like for ice water rescue, aerial truck and stuff will be coming out of that account. So we kind of budget for this year to what, hopefully what it is. But that is one of the things we'll be putting into place with the different departments. The other ones you'll see there is fire supplies has dropped down with that. We have, and you'll see down on the next page, we'll explain that to you when we get there. As you'll see, we've allocated some of that stuff. Some of the equipment that was in there was actually capital items, and we've got pooled assets now that we've made them into. So they're actually in capital items now. So fire hose, bunker gear, obviously the stuff that's 10-year stuff, bunker gear, helmets, that type of thing has been put into a capital account now from out of that account. So that's why you see the difference in it. And you see obviously the reallocation for the training. There's a training line you see there in 53,202.
Eric, can
yeah.
I just go back up to medical supplies?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No,
So,
it's okay.
yeah,
okay.
no, I'll explain that to you. Sorry, I didn't, that's one I should, was meant to mention to you. So the medical supplies is, so we dropped that back. They've had 8,600, but we actually got a grant from the Legion for part of that. So we've got a lot of that come back in from the Legion grant for the DFib. So it actually was, that's why we've dropped it back, and it was only, we put it back to 5,000. That's all. That would be our batteries, DFib pads, first aid supplies, oxygen, that kind of thing, all comes out of that account.
Do we ever tap into emergency services paramedics? Because they get all of that stuff and they buy the stuff in bulk. And
Yeah.
we can get it cheap. Do we?
The thing is that we do, so a lot of the stuff, the biggest expense, we don't have a lot of the stuff, like the Band-Aids and stuff aren't a huge cost to us. The gloves, that type of thing. The big things that we have on that is DFib pads, and they don't, usually when we do use DFib pads, they will switch them out when we come to a call. If the EMS comes in and does a thing and we're doing CPR on somebody, we got a set of pads. A lot of the times they'll jerk them out. Some of them will use them again, but a lot of them will take them out and change them out, and we don't get they don't give us a new set of pads. Back in the day, that was always the first thing. You'd go and get a new set of pads from the EMS, but they don't use our pads anymore, so they put their own on and the way to go kind of thing. So we have the expense of that, and then the batteries for the DFibs and stuff. And like I said, we have several DFibs like that we use through the units, and we do have a couple that are out in, like our guys that were one in the north and in the south, so that if they make a quick response from their house or whatever, they can start the process or whatever like that. So biggest expenses on that stuff is the DFib equipment, testing on that. And like I said, that's another thing, testing and maintenance, we get them done too as well. But that's our biggest cost. That oxygen. Actually, we don't use a lot of oxygen anymore, but it's gone in price like it was used to be like, whatever, $15-20 a bottle. Now it's like $60-some a bottle. So we try to conserve that stuff, but that's the stuff we gotta look, and we don't know what we're gonna have for a year. Like we could be going good and have like 10 calls, and then it just goes gangbusters, and we use like, I don't know, this year we probably had 6 or 7 sets of pads in like in a week kind of thing, or like it goes like that. And I mean, they used to be $30 or $40, and now they're $100-some for a pack of pads too. So, and that's one thing we do talk to, like the EMS, if we all had the same equipment, it makes it easier, but they tend to have a little different, more high-tech stuff than what we're using. Basically, they're they've used 10 liter, 12 liter, whatever on them versus ours. But that'd be one thing that I can talk to them about if down the road, if they start
all the
doing.
fire departments around here.
It would make sense, 100% to have all the same equipment, but like we've got
I
this.
find it extraordinary.
No, this is the departments, each department will have, different kinds of DFibs and use this because that's their supplier. We have a good supplier that we can get our supplies now very quickly and turn, because a lot of the time we've had a hard time getting stuff, so we have a really good supplier of that stuff, so now. Anyways, going on down past that there, like I said, I guess the next one would be, your insurance is normal. The protective equipment, that I was telling you about too, is that it's gone into a pooled asset. You'll see on the next page when you go down past that, but I should bring up to you too first on the radio pager stuff. Last year we didn't spend hold on that because we're waiting. We do have issues with our radio system right now. We have Belleville, Mike Hewley from Belleville, Paracom is working on our system right now. We're working with St. Catharines with some repeater stuff, trying to increase our stuff. We have had some major differences in frequencies from internet and that stuff in town. It's changed our inputs for the radios and causing some issues for some of the calls and stuff that it's not as good as it should be. And we are working on to improve that better right now. They're working with Belleville Fire. It has actually allowed us to use their console to test back and forth, which has been fantastic. And Mike's working on that, putting some more repeaters. We may have to buy a couple of repeaters, but I've also talked to some of our neighbors that have some older repeaters and stuff from other departments that may donate them to us so that it'll help our costs and stuff. So that-
When we moved to this new system, St. Catharines.
yeah, it's not a dispatch issue. It's an actual connection issue from Oak Hills Tower. So our Oak Hills repeater coming to here, and there's been a lot of towers, different towers going up, and it's causing issues with us getting connection. Basically, there's interferences that come from the internet and that kind of thing that's causing some issues. I mean, some places we have fantastic, it's great, and then other days it's not so great. Like I know with our calls, some of our other calls being away from a distance, we do have a repeater on our tower that we can do, but that doesn't communicate back and forth with St. Catharines, which we want to have that communication with our dispatch all the time. So we are working on that. I'll keep you updated on that, but that was right. And we're trying to save to that, but anyways, we're working on that right now, and I'll bring that back to council when we get that answer for that for sure. So yeah, so there's basically that was from that. And like I said, the other ones that going into, you see it in the peach stuff there was just that as Cynthia was talking about the capital stuff, we've moved that stuff in there, the bunker gear, the fire hose, that kind of stuff has been moved into a capital pooled asset. So because we know that's something that we need on a yearly basis for replacement for bunker gear and our PPE supplies and basically our also like fire hose and stuff. It's something we try to get a little bit each year that needs after we test it. If it doesn't need testing, we have to have, they have to have equipment. So that's that stuff. That's replaceable type stuff. So. And I don't know if you have any other questions. And then obviously the truck is going to be the one I'm seeing that's a big increase there was whatever from our reserve and stuff that'll be coming out of the going into 24. We will be doing our setup this year, doing our pre-builds in June. We will not be receiving that truck until sometime in 27, I think, probably spring of 27. So yeah.
Yes, Councilor Taylor.
So your worship, I'm gonna throw another stone at the fire chief. Sorry, if I make you cry, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But as the mayor talked the other night about this rescue that went on, I couldn't imagine, and how proud are you of those guys? I mean, honest to God, I don't know what else to say. And thank you so
Yeah,
much.
no, thank you.
And good that we had the equipment that you need
Yeah.
to get that job done.
They did through the mayor and council, there was, I don't know if anybody heard on the radio yesterday, Paul Martin did quite a nice thing on the radio about the fire department, the tweet, how good the department and how good all of them and EMS, OPP all work together, and it was quite nice. It was a very nice thing, and hopefully you could reach out and see that or hear that, because it was a very good thing.
Can you
Like I
send
said,
us all the link?
yeah, I'm gonna try to I'll try to get it there, but it was it was very heartfelt from them, and it was very meaningful. And I said, as Jim said, we are very proud of our team. They worked very hard, either volunteer or full time. They all worked together like they were one machine, and it was amazing to see what they did down there. It was very lucky people. So
And I hope those guys realize how lucky you are to be alive.
yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, I think that's at the end of mine there. Don.
Any other questions
Yep.
of Derek?
Yeah, no,
Okay, good.
so thank you.
So carrying on, page 13 is the policing. And that's pretty much pretty straightforward. We've got taxes coming in, don't pay this cost. The LPP bill went up by 121,000, but we only need to pull 27,000 out of that reserve that we set aside, and that still leaves us with about $65,000 in that reserve to cover the increases in costs that will happen in 2027. And there's what animal control, I'm not sure who's.
So just,
Yeah, go ahead.
with the CPAC, that funding is being decreased this year by, I think, 25%. So that, I think you could reduce that number down to about 7,000. Because, the provinces and all their wisdom has said, that revenue comes from criminal record checks and that kind of stuff. And the province is clawing some of that back over 4 years, so we're gonna be 25% less revenue this year, and so it's gonna be 25% less going out. So that's basically, it's not costing the taxpayer anything because it's revenue in from criminal record checks. And that money is redirected to CPAC or the police board now. But the province is reducing that funding coming back to us by 25% this year, so I think that number could probably be adjusted back to 2025 budget levels.
That money comes from the
Which, right,
province.
It comes to so the criminal record checks, money comes to the town, to the municipality.
Oh.
And then the municipality takes that, all that fund and sends it back to the police board. So it's basically cost the taxpayer no money, but that funding for those criminal record checks, the province is taking 25% of it because they took it over. And because they're taking it over out of dispatch, like they're out of. You gotta call a 1-800 number or whatever now, you gotta go through a website. So in their wisdom, they were originally during COVID, because they didn't want people walking into the detachments. They said, oh, we'll take it over remotely so that people aren't walking into the detachments during COVID. It's not gonna change anything, but now they said, oh, well, it's costing us now to administer this from a third party. So we're gonna start decreasing your funding and eventually you're gonna end up at zero. So this year coming, there's gonna be a 25% decrease in those revenues coming back to the municipality. Which in turn, that same number is gonna be 25% less going out, because it's dollar for dollar in and out, right? So. Does that make sense?
So why does it even come to us then?
It has for years.
No, but I mean, why is it, but it comes in and comes out, just. I mean, that's not your question, I mean, it makes no sense,
To you, your worship, I actually am not seeing revenues coming in, I'm only seeing costs going out.
yeah,
Because that particular area is just an expense.
yeah.
And in 2025, like the budget was only 6,000 and the expense is actually 8,278. So if there's revenue coming in, I know with the OPP, you get some credits here and there and perhaps those are the credits that you're talking about that.
I'm not sure exactly how the administration sees it. Like when you're sitting in the office, I don't exactly know how that comes in. I just know a portion of that money, and Councilor Bell, I can't remember this from his time there. A portion of that money comes from criminal record checks. So if somebody was to go to the segregation detachment from our municipality, does a criminal record check for any reason, a portion of that money would come back to us or to Marlborough or Sterling or wherever it's coming from. And that money would in turn be returned back to the CPAC or a police board to fund their operations. But what I'm saying is they're decreasing that funding now by 25%, so they're keeping 25% of it. So it's gonna decrease our funding in turn, the money going in should be decreasing by 25% as well.
I think what Cindy's getting at, though, there's no money coming in,
Well, she's saying it might be in the credits or something, I don't know how they get it, but they do get it.
so we should, because you're saying that we're obviously.
So any revenue that's coming in from having to do with the OPP or whatever is going to be all included in that revenue line, so. So I'm just looking at the 2025 budget was 1,197,000, where the actuals were 1,190,000, and maybe that's because there's credits in there that dropped it from and that could be what you're talking about, because I do know that there's prisoner transportation credits and different things like that come in. I'm not really familiar with this CPAC thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's administered to us, because I've never seen that. I just know I've talked to other CEOs, they knew exactly how it was coming in, so maybe maybe they could help you along on that, but I do know that could probably be reduced because I think you're gonna see less coming out.
Okay, thank you.
I was just saying, back in olden times, we took the money at the front counter and that's how we managed it over in, and then it moved to general headquarters.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on to the animal control, I guess you'll have to walk through.
Through the chair, so the animal control budget, there's not a lot of changes here. We've added some fines based on the new AMP program that will be out there, AMPS. For fines, dog tag revenues stay the same. Our expenses, there's no major variances there, we still have, control officer, then they stand by for, and then we use the Humane Society for our kennel. No major changes to the livestock evaluation program. Our bylaw system has not changed, we're still in the shared services agreement. And we also seen a slight increase to our Conservation Authority, and we've asked them to split their invoice over two invoices, so one in January and one in July. So no major changes here, status quo for most areas.
When does the negotiation come up for the end? Approve.
Didn't we just approve them
Yeah, yeah,
for another extension?
but we were gonna address the standby time.
I think we took the option for a year or something. Or is it just off?
Through the chair, both agreements for the kennel and the animal control officer coming due in June.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, page 15, we go to public works roads.
Through the chair, I'm just gonna highlight some of the bigger variances we had in our budget this year. If you got any questions, feel free to stop me and we'll go through some of the other lines I may skip over. So for roads and salaries this year, or sorry, salaries and wages. We had a couple changes due to the addition of one full-time public works operator. We had pay equity completed, as well as a 2% increase as well. Overtime wages were pulled out of this. They had previously been tracked in this budget, but they've been moved to a separate line. We need to know what overtime we're paying out every year on a separate budget line. Excuse me. Standby wages, they're about the same. We have part-time staff wages, so we put money aside for 2 students in that category. So it should be about 19,500 for next year. The overtime wages, again, they've been pulled out of the regular salary, so that amount's been moved down. Go to the next page here. One thing we did last year as well, we combined the 2 clothing allowance budgets. So instead of having boots and clothing, council passed that we would add them into one account and let the operators choose what they want to use the money on. So that account's been changed. Gravel resurfacing, we've moved that now to capital project due to the assets being pooled together, so that's been moved out of operating and into capital. Sanding and salting, so that's the alarming one everyone's gonna look at, have questions for. I've just prepared a little thing for that. In 2025, we used about double what we would typically use due to challenges in seasonal conditions. Ongoing vehicle shortages and frequent equipment breakdowns significantly limited available resources. At times, Public Works was required to treat all hardtop surfaces with as much as 2 tandem trucks in comparison to 9 last year, reducing the ability to complete multiple passes and maintain regular plowing cycles. Due to these limitations, higher salt application rates were required to keep the roads open and safe with fewer trips. Heavier applications were also necessary to break through packed snow and ice on the roads, particularly when plowing could not be maintained as frequently because of equipment availability. The municipality last year, we did not haul any material to our domes ourselves just because of the limited equipment we had available. So we did offset that cost with a $60,000 savings in fuel. Well as it should be noted that we also seen a change in our salt contract. So there was a $3 increase on our salt material as well. So with the material we used this year, it would have equated to about $10,000. And just for comparisons, in 2024, we received 94 centimeters of snow. In total in 2025, we were over 200 centimeters, so double the amount. And just for comparisons on our truck usage as well, in 2024, TCO4, that's one of our tandem units, had about 281 trips out of the yard. In comparison, it was 387 this year, so almost double. And then TCO5, it had 165 trips out in 2024, and this year it was over 308. So a trip out of the yard is, you know, they're going out plowing, putting material down, so essentially double. Yeah,
Not over yet.
and it's still not over, exactly, so. If anyone's got any questions on that. As well, we'll move on. Road standby, so we're gonna see a considerable savings on that as well. So we typically budget 75,000 for standby on that. We only have one piece of equipment that we pay standby on now. So we're gonna see about a $51,000 savings annually on that. Just due to, you know, less available contractors. Again, I had mentioned the fuel savings. We saved about $60,000 last year because we didn't run our own material. That kind of kept the wear and tear off our trucks as well, so. Next page.
Quick question.
Yep.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Just to be transparent, we plan on doing that again, we're gonna be like hiring material new next year.
That's correct. Yeah, we're actually talking to another municipality. We're gonna probably joint tender this thing so we can get a little more cost savings as well. But the big issue is just we don't have enough trucks to make the rounds to keep the roads available. But yeah, we're looking at.
As well, a big point, we've made 2 trucks instead of 9, part of that's contractor, part of that's our equipment not working. That it should like affect the longevity of our equipment, and although there's cost savings, we do have a cost commitment. But our men can be used in other ways as well at those times to get more things done.
That's right.
So I just wanted to check if we were doing it again and kind of point out where we used to do it one way, but then it affected winter maintenance, which is. Like the guys have done, I can't believe how well it's went this year, so kudos to you guys, because. I didn't have expectations that high with just everything you were dealing with in the fall heading up to us, so.
Yeah, and just to say kudos to our guys as well. Kudos to Scott Trudeau for helping us out when we're in a pinch. Steve Palmetier as well. They're still a great asset to have around, and especially with the blowing and the tractor available, it's made life bearable this winter. So.
Yes, Councilor Plater.
So, are we still gonna use that as an option, use, Trudeau and Mr. Palmetier when needed? I know, like. I think it might have cost us a little bit of money for outside plowing, but I think it saved us a lot too in the long run.
I think our plan going forward is to still look at that. I think we'd like to have them as a backup. If I said no right out, I'm sure Trevor would want to come across the table because they've saved us quite a bit this year. So I think we will going forward still, you know, reach out to them and see what they can provide every year.
And another question, what about the Esker pit? Like what's, are we gonna try to crush gravel there or what are we doing?
Just let me get through the road section, then we'll touch base on the pit if that's all right. We'll stick with roads and then that'll be next, I believe. So, yeah.
Okay.
Some of the other changes this year, we removed TCO1, TCO2. They were our 2 international tandems. One wasn't able to pass safety and the other one was an absolute dog's breakfast. It needed about $60,000-$70,000 in repair, and we just couldn't do it for a 17-year-old vehicle at that point. They've been removed. We put $40,000 aside for each one of our older Macs. We need to just pick a number. We don't know where these are going to end up at the end of the year, but we spent roughly 130, 140 last year on those trucks. So we're going to see where kind of the cards fall and see what we get this year.
So just really quickly, are you developing a plan for the future for the replacement of vehicles? So we're not spending $130,000 on, I mean, it's good money chasing bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I think Cynthia earlier made a pretty good point on, you know, kind of the options going forward with our plow equipment.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you're.
And I'm creating an internal fleet management policy to kind of give council an idea of when these things should be turned over, and we're gonna do evaluations internally to kind of give you, you know, the information you need to make a decision. So
Thank you.
that will be coming forward.
Yes, Deputy
I
Mayor.
just want to speak to Councilor Relic. I was looking at Public Works' 10-year plan. They actually have a new truck in there almost every year for the next several years. I think that's part of your plan to keep that under 15 years old kind of thing.
So, yeah, pretty more or less. I mean, we need the trucks. Everyone knows we need the trucks. Our asset management plan was built out based on the year of the vehicles, but that was before we kind of had the changes with contractors and other things. So it might differ a little bit, but more or less what we're looking to put in place is an internal system on gauging when it should be done. And then we make the decision at budget time. But the AMP is a good baseline to go
Yeah, it's
by.
a good broad plan, but I think you need something specific to kind of target. So we know where we are.
The actual.
Exactly.
Or
That's
our
right.
output, yeah.
Exactly, yep.
Good.
What else do we have? So the Volvo grader, if you go down to line 267, we traded that in on our new grader this year, so we got a $20,000 value for it. We had put money aside as well in case we didn't go with that grader. We ended up putting $95,000 back into our budget because that's what it would have cost last year to maintain it, is $95,000. So it was a great decision to get rid of that last year. One other thing to note is under professional development, typically all our memberships, any certifications, things we had in Public Works had been in the admin budget previously. We're pulling that out and putting that into Public Works.
When is Good Roads, or is it
Let's see, 29th.
this month? Who's all going?
Me, Jim, and Brian, I think.
The other note, I guess, is we had a needs study slated for last year. We didn't end up going ahead with that. So we've added a bit of money to that this year to get our OSIMs done again. So we'll have that lined up here shortly. But that's more or less our roads operating budget. We have the capital down below. If there's any questions, feel free.
I would like to add here about $150,000.
Oh.
So, the sand and salt, we spent a fortune in 2025 in sand and salt, $500 and some thousand. You'll note that we only budgeted $350,000 and then we might all might get in trouble again. So in order to try and protect that, or I've got in here, we're transferring $150,000 from operating costs into that winter maintenance reserve. So that we have the 350 plus the 150 there. So if we spend more than 350 and there's no surplus to cover it, then we draw out of that reserve to cover that, so that we're not making the budget extremely volatile. The other suggestion I have too is that if we spend under 350, any kind of excess should go into that reserve, so that you always have a reserve to try and keep your budget balanced and not have that kind of significant impact on it.
Thank you. Oh, that's good.
I just want to say, you're talking about the winter sand and salt reserve. Since the time I've been here, I don't think we've ever went over that reserve amount still this year, so just goes to show you how bad it's been. I just had a couple of comments here. One thing is, I'd like to see if we can maybe punt the chipper off to another year. It's just an $88,000 expense with more over 560. If we could just maybe continue to rent for this year. I mean, I know it's nice to have, but it's something, maybe we're buying 2 trucks and, you know, a lot of other necessary equipment. I'd like to just maybe see if we could forego it for another year where we don't have so much on our plate. No, since you talked about we have to borrow $560,000. Between the 2 trucks and the pickup truck, that's not far off. So are they something that can be financed, like a plow truck's good for 15 years, let's say. Could they be because part of that finance amount be the 2 plow trucks over 10 years and the pickup over 5, just so that we're not increasing that term of the 20 and 30 years, like to try to keep that term down. So the useful life, by the time useful life is done, we're on to it again.
Absolutely, through your worship. We are actually not allowed to borrow longer than the life of an asset. So for 2025, when we borrowed for the $75,000 vehicle, it was a 5-year loan. And the two larger equipments, 10 years. So
So we do that.
you're right, like large equipment, if it lasts 10 years, the banks, or maybe the banks would, but I know Infrastructure Ontario would never allow you, you don't borrow longer than the life of the asset for sure, and if you're able to shorten that, you do shorten that, because you can save on interest costs.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wheeler.
Your worship, we've got two trucks that are, 425. And we got a 1/2 ton, 3/4 ton for 76. I don't know if we really need that 3/4 ton. And the snow blower, is the option for, our snow blower operator, is he gone now, or is it just? Like, I don't know if that snow blower for 37,000. I don't know if it would do the same job. I don't even know what size, like, you need a lot of horses to operate a big snow blower like that. You have to get, and it has to be big enough to be able to blow the snow in the back of the truck. That's another piece of equipment that we need to maintain. Do we need to do that? Like, I mean, if we hire the operator that we have now, if the equipment breaks down, he fixes it. I know we're trying to save money, but it's a lot of, like, the thing that gets me is that we're gonna have to borrow 500,000, and we've got two trucks down right now in the shop, don't we?
I think we're up one now.
We're just down one, they'll be back all in service by Friday. The guy shaft supposed to be fixed on Friday.
So, is there, like, I put it out there, is there an opportunity for us to work with the county for maintenance on these trucks? I don't know.
The
Like,
county?
we,
No, not the county. No, not the county at all. The county is even gonna get out of doing, the only roads the county, you mean Hastings
I
County?
don't know for maintenance on the trucks, so tell you,
You don't know, Hastings County, they,
like, I thought they had a mechanic down there.
you know,
No, they don't have any roads.
they don't have any roads. They
No, maybe I'm thinking of,
Sorry.
could we team up
Let them know here.
with, City of Belleville?
Oh, the city of Owl.
Like, I don't know, like, and that's just a long shot. We need to. You know, you buy these trucks, they got automatic greasers on, that doesn't eliminate the PM work on the trucks.
That's right.
And I don't know, and the salt and the sand and all this stuff. It's hard on stuff. And I realize that, but
You raised a number of things that let Brian and I try to address some of them.
I'll just go to the blower quickly. So Coney West uses the same blower that we're recommending along with the same tractor. They have that same piece of equipment down there that they use, and I think they've had success with it, right? We understand it's not gonna be, the capacity that we get from our contractor as well. And at the same time, we don't know the way things have been going, if they're even gonna be interested next year. We can't rely on people forever to do our snow removal needs, so we need to be ready to take that on ourselves if it comes. Because we can't have another winter like last year where, we're scrambling at the end to figure out how we're gonna make this work, right? We need to set ourselves up for, success, right? Just as an example, I think the blower itself is, oh, the number right in front of me, 37,000. So in four nights of snow blowing, that would pay for itself, for a contractor to do it. And we had them out, I think, 5 or 6 times this winter. So if we had it ourselves, we would have eliminated that cost. We would have had a little bit of overtime costs. Because we contract 4 triaxle trucks to come out at night, if not 5. And they're the only things that can keep up to that thing. Yeah, it provides a great service. But if we took it on internally, we could save a bit of money. Do it at our leisure, so we don't have to wait for the snow to accumulate so much before we call them in to make it worthwhile. We could proactively go out and get this done ahead of time and actually, in my opinion, provide a better service.
Because if I recall correctly, if everybody recalls correctly, there was a lot of concerns about the snow along the sidewalks and people couldn't get through.
And just, the way the winter landed, you can't You can't call someone to do snow blowing after he's been running a tractor for 3 days straight, the day after. And then how do you do snow removal when it's supposed to snow another 30 centimeters in 2 days? If we have the control of that and we can save a few bucks, I think it's the way to go for sure.
What about the chipper thing?
The chipper, again, this is, one of the first municipalities I've been to where we haven't had a chipper available. Like I kind of said in the capital meeting, we could utilize this for Parks and Rec, doing maintenance around the town. We can use it at the dump site. And whenever we get loads of brush in, we dedicate time to chip that brush as we go. So we're not putting out big money for tub grinding or risking lighting a fire to get rid of it. Like even in the ice storm we had in the spring, if we had crews going around chipping that material and putting in the ditch as we went, we wouldn't have to spend the extra time with their tractor going around mulching it down or moving it off the sides. It's still, I think at the end, and it's an asset we'll have for quite a long time. It would again save money. So
Okay, Jim, you raised a couple of other things, I'm sorry. Don't raise them in a row,
Yeah, I know, and I got more, but,
we'll just do one at a time.
so, and the two plows, like. 12 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 8 years down the road, we're gonna have to replace two plows again. So. Is there any way, I know you're tight, is there any way we could move one to next year?
Can I speak to that? Sorry, I got this, there to speak to this. I want to remind you, we have 3 vehicles that are costing $153,000 a year to maintain, which is more than the cost of borrowing the money to have new vehicles. That's just the point I want to make. We're spending more money in maintenance than we would if we financed 3 new vehicles.
Yeah, and I understand that too, like. Anyway, but the half ton, the 3/4 ton, could we push that out till next year?
How old is that one now? 20?
so it's the truck I drive is a 2016. It's got 270,000 on it. It left me stranded, I think, 3 times last year on the side of the road. It's got some sort of lingering issue in the engine that we can't figure out. It'll shut down at a traffic light and you spend 2 minutes trying to start it up again. We would still pass it down and use it in public works until it was shot. So we might get another year or 2 of patrolling out of it if nothing happens to the engine, but we're just not sure where it's gonna land.
So what?
Cut a hole in the floor like the.
Yes, that's right.
Should have bought a Dodge. Anyway, another thing with the snow, like. People are complaining about the guys shoveling snow out on the road and then we have to pay to take it away.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can get around that, but.
I agree with you, I see that a lot.
You know what the law says you can't shove snow out on the road, you can't shove it on the sidewalk.
Do we find, like, is it that, do we have a mechanism that we can find people when they do that? Not you, but I'm
Mhm.
asking it.
Yes.
Like, municipality, because it's illegal. And
Yeah.
it can cause a serious accident. So we should look into
That,
that.
yeah, we can look into that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we'll look into that. I agree with you though, Jim.
But it happens everywhere.
And I even see it here in town on the main drag. Okay.
And. Sorry.
Your worship, I think the tough part with the chipper here is that it's in roads.
Yeah.
Right, we might say half of the chippers for roads,
Okay.
or a third is a third.
Either way, it's not gonna affect the financing or levy or any of that though.
Yeah,
But it is,
but
yeah,
it's
good idea to
also
break
just
it
so
out.
that people, the public understands,
It's not your
it isn't,
budget.
it's in roads budget.
Yeah.
Waste uses it, will use it a lot, and then parks, it's just an advantage for them when they go to maintain things.
No
But
point.
in particular now with what we've been experiencing as a community with climate change. I mean, like, the ice storms, we've had 2, we had the tornado, we had 2, we have 0 tornadoes, we had microbursts. Like, things are getting crazy anymore, and so this kind of thing will help us address some of that. Anyway, any more questions on this before we move on to the next one? Yes, go ahead, Jim.
So, thanks, your worship, we also have, Reynolds culvert, are we gonna try and install that this year?
Yes.
Through the chair, yep, it was our intention to do it last year, but that was based on if we had done Clinton Road as well. There would have been cost savings in procurement, you know, bundling procurement. But when we tried to source it out independently, we had to put it off. We would have been over budget. So we're coming back this year. Essentially, if we go ahead with Clinton, Reynolds culverts will be done. And if one isn't done, the other can't be done. Basically, it's got to coincide with each other. For cost savings when
But we
we
have
go to
Flint.
get pipes, right?
But we have Flint, in here, part of Flint, and is that part of Flint that we're gonna do include the culvert that you're talking about?
That's right, but if
It
you
will
do
be
one
done
without
this
the
year.
other, it just won't make sense.
Yeah.
And your worship, somehow we've gotta get funding. I don't know how, I'm serious, but we've been in a heck of a predicament because we've not been able to get funding and I hope the premier understands that we need help. Well, we've eliminated pretty much all of our reserve money. We, like you say, a third, it works. What, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we,
It's one of our cars, I think. Yeah. But you know, councillors, if you're perfectly, like, when you think of what we put in for our last solution, it was only 4.3. That is the lowest, the lowest, the next lowest that where money was allocated was 6.3 million to Bancroft.
yeah, so we need to.
Like, you know,
Right.
we're not being astronomical in our needs,
And
and our demands.
And without that money, I don't know how we can continue.
I don't either.
Like the Clinton Road, we're gonna have to turn it into gravel. You gotta scarify it anyway to resurface it. Downey's Rapids Road, same thing. We can't patch these things with tar and chip here and there, cost too much money. And we try and we're up against it, so,
Okay, good. Anything else there, Council Blair, before we?
no, I think.
Okay, continue, Ryan.
So I think we're moving on to streetlights then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is where I think we wanted to talk about. Pulling out of the fee that's residents in the village pay for streetlights, pulling out the crosswalks and the traffic lights. Okay, so are we okay to do that? And that becomes an operational. Like, you know, we're just pulling it up, becomes an operational.
It's one of those things that, streetlights, the residents of the village enjoy all the time. Where the traffic and crosswalks, anybody enjoys, so it's kind of like a road asset, I agree.
Yeah.
But I just had a question for Ryan. I know we had trouble with, you had talked about trouble with our sensors on our traffic lights. Have they, I'm not really sure, have they been looked at or there was some issue that they had to be replaced or something?
Through the chair, they do have to be replaced. Unfortunately, with the system that's in place now, these new sensors aren't compatible with them. So we're looking at like a whole new system at this point. So if Connecting Links funding comes up, that'll likely be our #1 priority, which they come out every year. So we're gonna try and get money to fix those things and probably redo both those intersections with the audibility.
And then we can do a crosswalk as well then, if we have to do anything on the crosswalks, we're okay.
I think the audibility was an issue as well when we had our compliance with AODA. But again, all of this we could likely bundle into that application and it comes out every year typically.
And we would
So
have to cover 10% of the cost if it's Connecting Link.
it would be 10%, I believe, yeah.
Yes,
So I'm a little confused here, so as usual,
go ahead.
but when the streetlights were part of the streetlight
Yeah, so
bill for the.
that's my understanding, that's the way it was. Go ahead, Cindy.
Your worship, yes, so there's crosswalk costs and traffic light costs that are included in the streetlights.
Okay, so that, it makes sense to.
Yeah, we'll pull that out.
Yeah, cause that's a Connecting Link, I mean, it's. I don't know how that ever happened.
Anyway, we're doing.
Is this all the crosswalks in town or just the one out on the Connecting Line?
Lit crosswalk.
This is
So the one up here, one down there.
all of them in town.
Oh, thank you.
All of them, right, but especially the lights.
Yeah. Okay. So we will make that change.
I guess, your worship, so I'll have to relook at the costs and I'll pull out all the crosswalk and traffic light costs and then come back to you. Well, just bring back the revised, traffic
Resident
light.
costs.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And any other costs will have to be covered by taxation,
That's right.
general taxation.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so that's street lights. Okay, now we're moving on
Pits and
to,
quarries, I believe.
we're moving on to environmental services. This is, okay, pits and quarries. So that's over to you again, Ryan. Walk us through and then Jim, you said we had the questions.
So the only really big change in pits and quarries is we're subtracting $20,000 for pit licensing fees. This is typically a royalty we pay to Towart and the landowners out there, but if we're not removing material, we're not paying those big royalty fees. So, and then Jim, if he's got his question.
So, yeah, so I still don't understand, like, we pay big money to open that pit and we can't use it. So,
I will agree with Councillor Fleeler, because I remember us and how long we fought to
That
get
was
that
years.
pit license open. Remember, we fought,
18 years.
yeah. And we paid big money to that consultant that was working on our behalf to get that open. And then we paid for remediation, like, to accommodate what we were doing to the owners around there. And now all of a sudden, we're not using the air. Why don't we even just sell it to other people if we're not gonna use it as a money-making opportunity or something? I'm just, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I did bring a report forward, I
know.
believe, a couple years ago, just to say what the costs were and, the way prices keep going. And our royalties fees go up every couple of years. We're just getting farther and farther away from making that a viable solution to use that pit. When we have contractors that everywhere we look around here who can provide material. Don't get me wrong, the pit is nice to have. We still have stockpiles of material there. And we always draw back on that pit if we need a little bit of our granular M sitting there, a little bit of pit run for fill material. It is still a good asset to have, but it just doesn't make sense right now to go in and crush all this material. One thing we are looking at next year when we look at closing Hunt Dub waste site is we need a pile of material brought in to Hunt to close it, right? So we're looking at options that we can use our stockpile of strip material already there, and it could essentially be hauled over to Hunt, and that would be a good option to save us a ton of money because it's only a 5-minute drive for us. But right now, like crushing and processing that material, we're upside down.
So you're saying it's easier to buy it from other providers than to go to the trouble of, and so it is an asset, so maybe at one point, it's like an asset that if everything started going through the roof around us, we now have something we could draw on because it might be cheaper to do our own at some point.
That's exactly it.
Okay, okay, thank you. Sanitary and sewer.
There's
Why did the hydro drop so much? For the hydro at River Street Pumping Station, why did it drop so much? Well, I guess it, from what would actually be used. Okay, so it was just the budgeted amount was really high. We had budgeted 48,000. We only used 32, and so we're saying 35 for this year.
I believe there was a trend going forward on it coming up, and then for whatever reason, it just went up incrementally for last year. So we're trying to get that more in line where we think it's gonna be.
Good enough, thank you.
Yes, your worship, actually, wherever the 25 budgets seem to be much higher than the actuals, we were asking managers, look at your costs and try to bring it back down.
Thank you.
One thing on the salaries and wages portion, we allocate money out of our roads budget for salaries and wages, and we put that into the sewer and the water budget because that's staff time working in that department.
That's good.
So we've actually increased that by 6% this year to keep up with inflation and the pay changes. I've asked for a little more in sewer repair and maintenance. typically when we have a break or some issue with this, there's high costs with this, and I don't wanna, we had 5,000 last year and we had 2 breaks, so we were more than double our budget, so we gotta at least count for a big break at least. So that's why that's up. More or less, we have, inflationary increases with new contracts with Aqua, so they came back in at another 2% increase to keep up with inflation. I guess moving on from sewer, the stormwater. Unless there's any questions. We've now created new expense lines for stormwater. Previously, stormwater repair maintenance was under wastewater. So that had to be pulled out and made its own separate account. So we have the stormwater sewer repair and maintenance, that's usually cleaning the catch basins every year from debris from winter. And then we have a stormwater aqua, which we have a sewer for aqua and a water for aqua. So this is them to kind of manage our new ECA CLI requirements from the province, just to make sure we're compliant with all that, and they do some inspections on our system as well. So. We also have, excuse me, 40,000 set aside for our stormwater assessment this year. We've completed the preliminary work needed to fill our AMP. We need to get cameras underground and do a complete inventory assessment of what we have underground. Determine pipe sizes, replacement dates, what kind of condition it's actually in, to kind of move forward with our AMP and get a better planning process done. The way our AMP's set up right now, it's based in quadrants around the municipality, or Tweed, I should say. And we just put, a rough idea number on what it's going to cost to replace this section of town or this section of town. So we just need a more detailed figure and idea of what needs to be replaced.
Jim, is this what when we were on council that we did when we had the cameras going through? Or was that ceiling?
That was sealing, I think.
Yeah,
We
we
did,
seal the joints or something.
we did try to,
Stop
infiltration as well, but, and we went around, the former road supervisor and myself, deputy mayor trainer and an engineer went around, pulled all the lids, we pulled all of them, not some, all of them, to find out where the infiltration was coming in. And, they sealed those pipes. I didn't agree with that. I thought they should have replaced them at the time. I think we could have got a grant for that at the time and done the whole thing upright, but.
Okay, so this
Anyway.
is going through and finding out where we're gonna have to, the age and the condition of these pipes and what has to be replaced. And it'll give us an indication of when.
Yep, exactly.
And your worship, if we're gonna do, we gotta do it all, like water, sewer, storm, everything, paved, sidewalks, all that stuff.
This will be specifically for stormwater.
Yeah.
Yeah, so surface runoff that goes into a catch basin, the line it takes for the outflow, not water, not sewer,
Yeah.
no sidewalk.
I think.
But if we dig up to replace storm, I think. we need
Yes,
to do
yeah,
the
you're
whole
correct. You do the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
thing. We need grant money for that.
We've been very successful. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, moving on, garbage.
We still got water, do we not? We can skip it. Oh,
You do water.
okay, we're actually on water here. From what I got anyway.
Yes,
Yeah. So, we put money aside for our portion of the HSWS grant. So we have 100, is that right?
the portion of the grant that we receive in 2026 is about $615,000. It just shows that 101,000
Okay,
more than what was in 25 budget, but that wasn't kind of the same thing, so it's 615,938 that we expect to receive in 26 to cover that, and then the rest of the portion would fall into 27 when we finish the work.
right. Honestly, there's not much changes to the water again. We're just keeping up with inflation. We have our 2% from Aqua.
We're not doing any major,
It's just
nothing in
status
town or
quo for that
anything.
for this year. We moved some payments over to debentures from Pomeroy McClellan. Otherwise, it's pretty well the same.
Sure.
Ryan, we don't have any more expenses coming on that new second well, do we, or is everything done with that one now?
That whole water treatment plant well is all through our grant.
And that includes the pumps and stuff for it, or no?
There'll be a pump on it as well, to get this well online. We're hashing out the details right now, but it's to get the well online, the new media tank, new valving, some DFP units for the walls that control the well, just a bit of everything, but we get 73% of that covered, right?
That's good, thank you.
On to garbage. So garbage collection, we're adding, 2% again for curbside pickup this year. Bag tag and tipping revenues, they were down a little bit last year. We didn't have as busy of a season. Council was good enough to waive some fees for residents as well during the ice storm. So we're expecting to get that number back up a little bit in 2026. We have a strictly revenue source from CMO now, so they're paying us $55,000 a year to implement the recycling program on our turf, basically. As far as other increases, we have salaries and wages, that's up due to pay equity, annual increases as well. We have $20,000 set aside for tub grinding and repair and maintenance. And then we have some extra money set aside for the Hunt dump site. So we have a bit of testing money set aside to see if the material is acceptable at the Esker pit, and then some consulting fees and things like that. I think that's more or less it. If there's any questions.
Okay, let's move on to Cindy.
Right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'll walk us through each of the main sections, and when we hit a major variance, I'll pause to give a quick explanation. If you have any questions during that time, feel free to jump in.
Why, like for community professional development, you guys not have anything?
I was taking a conservative approach this year, and I thought,
But
I think, one of the conferences have already passed.
Oh.
So it was, I believe, the
I
road.
think it's important that
Okay.
staff not shortchange themselves,
Okay.
because even when we all go to these conferences and stuff, it's amazing what we pick up and learn, and I think it's wise for us to make sure that we keep you guys upfront and abreast of all of those things. Yes, sir.
I agree with the mayor on that. I think the opportunity that you guys have to very leading task in
Okay.
order to, forward your abilities and pick up on new things. I think you should have a budget for that. I agree with you.
Will do. A little more explanation with that. We do have a contract employee as well. That doesn't qualify for some of these courses. So that could be that's another explanation to it as
Oh, so
well.
Brittany's used to contract, she doesn't get to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's too bad, because she's wonderful. Okay. Okay.
So line 91, for salaries and expenses, the variance is due to the pay equity market evaluation and the 2% increase. We've also, I think it also reflects the staff that's currently on leave.
That's right. And I also think it was a little bit lower too, last year, because we weren't fully staffed either.
No, Brittany came on just at the tail end.
That's right.
Also,
That's why you see a
November.
marked increase,
Yes.
because it's over fully staffed, like you say.
yes.
Okay.
So line 103 was studies, and 11,200 is the remainder of the master recreation plan. There was a change and we carried it over to 2026. We allocated 11,200 from the tender to 2026.
Okay.
Because we made a request to amend some of the plan to to incorporate shared services and shared facilities. And to have a bit more of a conservative lens to the recreation plan. Line 107, farm to table. The variance of 22,600, it was decided by council in 2025 that we would just have farm to table for special years. The other two lines, 112 and 113. The variance 22,000, 26,300 is offset by grant funding that was received in 2025. The next one,
And we agreed to remove the community improvement plan at our last council meeting.
yes.
So it's good.
One
Well, it's
twenty,
being reviewed, I should say.
yes.
Yes.
And 127 CD jailhouse, we removed the student salary. So that only reflects operational cost to the
Right.
jailhouse.
Because now the Heritage Center is going to manage that.
Yes.
Yes, that councillor, I mean, I have you done.
Mayor, I was looking at this, I would like to see a budget reinstated for, the Christmas dinner and stuff for the staff and police and council. I feel we previously removed it, and I felt that that was a mistake, and I personally like to see that brought back for appreciation for the staff and those committees.
I would agree about the appreciation for the staff and the committees, but again, if we're looking at, we want to cut out certain things, that's one of the things that I would recommend that we cut out and continue to do like we did this year, and if we want to do something, and we don't have to do it every year, but fund it. Find other ways to fund it other than.
Yes, I wasn't sure where we landed in
That's
23,
right.
24 with the decision. So the impact would be about $3,500.
Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
I don't disagree with the deputy, or anybody, I think we all agree that recognizing staff and our volunteers is, or committee members is really important. What would everybody think about maybe creating a small reserve where we put a few $1,000s into it every year and then say towards the end of council's term, they would.
That's what I'm saying, like, I have no problem, like, not to do it every year, but to do it, like, you know, just like what you're saying, and, it's not that I don't value the staff, but I mean, this was one thing that got a lot of flack, if you'll recall, when we were in previous budgets, and, I'm just saying that, like, again, I have no problem contributing to something like that. But I just think it's gonna be a little bit of a, you were gonna say something, sorry.
Was it, I know previously we had also done turkey ham, to the staff. What was that cost cheaper than?
Well, I think a turkey, would probably be expensive, but
Well,
it's almost as bad as beef.
protein would be
As bad as me.
Yeah, but I just didn't know if we could keep on alternating,
Yeah, I think so.
schedule like we have. I don't know where we were on part of them.
So through the mayor to councillor volunteer, I think there was something said at a council meeting that beginning of a new council, there would be a party. And then at the end of the 4-year term, there would be.
No, it's-
So that was kind of, that was one of the discussions as well.
And Mayor, I think with the new council coming in, if the budget's line there and they decide they don't want to partake, then that'd be totally their decision at that point, but at least somebody's there for their first time. And then after that, they can make their own decision, whoever's sitting here.
So the impact would be $3,500 for 130 guests. Roughly. So I'll leave that decision to council.
So it's up to you guys to decide.
None of us might be.
Yeah.
Oh, but I've already committed, I'm.
So is that a decision that
Go ahead, sir.
We should, your worship, I have a. I'm gonna be one of these people staff aren't gonna like, but I have a problem with. Using taxpayer funds to pay for staff for anything. And I previously worked in the federal government and it was a no-no, like you did not pay staff with any kind of volunteers, sure. You can have some kind of something for volunteers, but for staff. I actually disagree with spending taxpayer dollars on staff parties.
And you're right, in regards to volunteers, we do have our volunteer appreciation, which is a wonderful event, and I see it's in the budget for this year, and I think for those who are on our committees, like the volunteers who sit on our committees, we should make sure that they are invited to that volunteer appreciation as well. So I take from that. Like I said, I'm not in favor of it, but I am in favor of supporting our volunteers. Because they contribute so much to it, not that our staff doesn't, I don't wanna make that implication either. But I mean, there's other ways that our council can support staff.
Yes.
Your worship, as much as I wanna celebrate and support staff in that way. I think. Where it kinda comes back to is it's not all of our staff and committee members take part in
That's
it.
another thing.
And so it doesn't, that's kind of where it's difficult, it's like, we put it out there and if people use it. And that is an option, it's undeclined, so that's their prerogative, but. It isn't also like it's a blanket thing to all of our staff. For some, it's not their thing, they would rather get a turkey or a ham, so you're kind of catering from part both ways. Just a thought, I'm really torn, I completely understand not using taxpayer dollars. For it, so I'm just trying to find, my brain's trying to wrap around another way.
I mean, the last party we had, council paid for that. Council, like not. Out of, and then, like, and what I'm doing right now is my thank you to everybody, I'm taking everybody out. To different dinners and stuff, and we're making arrangements for the roads crew, to do that as well, but I'm paying for it. As a way of thanking everybody for their hard work. So. It's not that we don't appreciate staff, that's the thing, we do, all of us around this table appreciate our staff and the wonderful things that they do for us. But again, if we're gonna be, like, concerned about the dollars that we're spending from a budget perspective. I think that's one of the things that we should pull back on. Personally, and then I like the idea, like, if we want. Maybe one year if council wants to or whatever, that, we do turkeys and hams one year and that deals with everybody and then and then once other time it's a party and it deals with everybody. Who wants to come and who doesn't, but you're dealing with both needs, but again, I don't think it should be the taxpayers that pay for that.
Right.
Okay, so so I recommend we just leave it as it is right now, and then the next council can decide what they want to do.
Sounds like a plan.
We're kind of split here, I'm not really sure who's thinking what.
Okay, well. Okay, well, yeah, let's put it to a vote then.
It can be,
Pardon me?
we can do it at the end.
At the end, okay, so you'll keep track of all that kind of stuff, okay, that's good.
And your worship, if I might add, like I said, I have no issue with volunteers
No.
being, some kind of something for the volunteers. That makes sense. So when we vote on it, or when you vote on it at the end, if somehow you can split that, but
But we do have a volunteer appreciation event, that's in the budget.
that is, okay.
So then our volunteers from committees will be encouraged to attend that one, for sure, so I agree with you.
So is this going to be a separate item in this, or does somebody that wants this gonna have to vote against the budget in order to get this in?
No, it'll be a different item pulled out and we vote on separately. Go ahead, Jim.
A little different topic here.
Page.
Page 25. Just before we get too far along the jailhouse.
Mhm.
So. Did we secure a handrail?
Yes, so
We
the
have-
limits, So the jailhouse doesn't officially open till May,
Yeah.
just because the temperature inside of it
Yeah.
is just not habitable. So yes, we have a small handrail that will be attached prior to occupancy.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
And one more.
Okay, and then Counselor.
Okay,
No, go ahead.
so another thing is the student wage. I've been hearing from municipalities that why did we increase the student wage? They feel obligated to pay the same rate that we pay. I don't know if we could reduce it back to where it was or.
So it was tabled in March, I believe February, March of 2025. And council agreed 2150 was acceptable. Increase from $18 is what,
Right.
2025 is where we left it.
I know we get summer students as well, and I know the first year I was here, our wages were quite low and we had no interest in summer students. Now at this point, like we get the pick of the litter, we get excellent students. They want to keep coming back as well because they're being compensated appropriately. But we have good success now that it has been raised up a bit.
Because I remember nobody was applying for our jobs here. That's why we did it. I do remember that.
Mhm.
Yeah, but other municipalities think we've created a competition.
Well, they can do what.
And they don't.
And they do, it's just what it's saying, and they. Okay, let's deal with their extra 6 million they got rather than what we got to deal with their little wage issue. Okay, thank you for raising that though.
It
Yes,
has
go
to
ahead.
increase this year, it's remained at 2150.
Yep.
So there hasn't been any increases.
I just see we've taken out hydrant painting. I know it's an easy spot to cut,
Mhm.
like, I went to University of Guelph. That's the other side of Toronto. You say Tweed, and they go, oh yeah, they've got those hydrants.
Mhm.
You go through once and you notice it, it's kind of become a piece of our identity. And I don't wanna lose that over $4,000 and get behind.
Mhm.
So I just didn't know where we were at on a schedule for those hydrants. If we kind of caught up, but I do know that they do in time.
Yes.
Which line item is that?
It's under
129.
129. I was just pursuing that as a cost savings measure, just to cut costs and to alternate years, just to make it a little bit more special.
But will any require painting this year? I think that's,
Oh, will any?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
oh, so we're okay for this
Oh,
year.
yeah.
What's the cost?
So
associated
for
with
6
one?
hydrants, roughly about $550 to $600 each. And that's to sandblast as well as having the artist come in and paint the hydrants.
Have we ever done any sort of like corporate sponsorship for them?
We
Guided
have
by
in
the
the past.
municipality.
Yeah,
We
like
have in the past,
I have.
And that is
one
something
in
we
town
could
that-
explore
We
this
do?
year.
Which one's yours?
Yeah, right, the one right on the corner across from CIBC, there's a Santa Claus there.
Okay.
And you'll notice I have
yeah.
a police badge, and my grandfather was the Santa Claus in Madoc, and there's also an OPP officer, so. Yeah, so there's that one over there, but like that is an option, but I just didn't, like, I understand with alternating, we're making cuts everywhere, but is it easier to just say, let's do half, or whether it's 4, and then 4 each year, just reduce the number we do each year, just.
How many hydrants do we have?
So we've allocated for 6 every year to get done.
How many do we have in the community? though?
97?
gosh.
How much?
Something-
97, I
yeah.
think.
97.
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
We had like maybe 8.
We're about 8.
Sir, thanks.
Um,
I
think
do
that's-
agree, it's a unique thing for our municipality.
It is a
and
unique
people
thing.
Always calm it down. when they come
Absolutely.
here.
We leave it the way it is this year, although, but you pursue something with your folks to see if there's some corporate interest in somebody picking up a few of this and see how that works.
Absolutely.
And I
can do
think-
that.
And I think it would also be interesting to have a schedule. If
Mhm.
we knew of a schedule, like, I didn't realize we had that many hydrants. Like, are they all painted?
Yes, they're all painted. I each year we do an inspection to see which ones are the, you know, the worst off or need an upgrade, and we make our decision of the 6 with that in mind. So it's pretty much just going from site to site.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
Is there anywhere else in Canada where they have hydrant painted?
I believe there's a place out in the East Coast.
Yeah, there is.
hydrant.
Sellerton, Nova Scotia.
Yes, yes.
I've seen it.
He was testing you.
Started testing Jim.
Budget approved.
I've seen them out there and I almost fell out of my truck. I thought, what is this? They stole the hydrants from Tweed? They're not as pretty as ours.
Absolutely. Well, it is a wonderful initiative. I was just thinking in terms of, just cutting costs, a cost savings just for the year if we were to do just, you know, every other year.
Yeah, I understand this year, and we can leave it, but I would,
Okay,
whether we can. Maybe make it more aware to some
I think that's a good.
corporations that this is an option, because I didn't know, and when I found out in that year. That my grandfather passed, I was like, you know, maybe we can put something together here, so it just to make people aware.
And like, you know, for example, how we did that cheesy one for Hawkins.
yes,
I bet you they would fund that whenever it needed to be done again.
yes.
Okay, I think it's a good idea, a good strategy to look at what we can do in that regard.
Okay, we'll pursue that.
Okay,
In
terrific.
the coming months. See where we land.
Thank you.
Over to page 26, we're heading into parks and recreation.
Oh, what do I have to? I mean,
This would be a good time for every.
okay, so
We'll leave it.
we're gonna call a recess, I guess, because after 3 hours. Yeah.
And
And
then
then
you're gonna suspend the rules after, you know.
what's that mean?
For meeting,
We have 4 hours.
4 hours. but we're on back.
Okay.
You're running.
Are we still on? Anyway, I wanna tell you a story.
No, wait, we're still on.
It's okay, we're still on.
Okay.
So Bob Scruton and I were driving down 62 highway one night, and here comes the cruiser, headed boot right into her. So Bob says to him the next day, he says, Wally, he said, what was going on? He says, oh, he says, I got picked to go to Bell to get the pizza, he said, I didn't want it to get cold.
Are we on?
I think we're to a motion.
No, we'll just take the 30 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna shut that down.
Yeah, Lucas is fine.
Okay.
It's not too bad, but it's.
I don't know who's the best officer.
In our procedural.
I don't know who's the best officer for the law.
He was just fun.
He was just a police officer.
Him and Bob were good friends, but he was going somewhere. In the emergency, he didn't have any. That's his whole life.
Oh, I need that.
No, I can't help you, sir.
Old friend.
No.
Just say he's done.
He's in the lunchroom, there's no food down there, sandwiches.
It's not clear. We need him to stop.
No. No, it's- what kind of guy? You identified it, that's right.
I'm gonna take that part anyways.
Take the van, most of that was a reflection, that's why they have them on them, but. Hey, what if I can't buy that? You gotta go. They're not putting them on there $12 a piece.
Yeah, that's what I've always wondered, because I know we're paying.
Guys, that's like, don't make it so late.
We
Don't make me feel like
Payments deal with that.
we
Yeah.
don't allow it.
Never thought of that part.
That's still.
They claim to fame.
Really?
I don't wanna be sitting here going, holy crap, you are.
Oh,
You got jelly on here.
We're ready? Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna continue with our 2026 budget deliberations. And we are currently on Parks. Parks, so I'm gonna turn it back over to you,
Okay,
Cindy?
we are on page 26. There is a variance on line 431 of $10,000. And that was just a reduction in operational expenses for the splash pad. Some of it is covered through a Trillium grant, so that we'll be working on in 2026.
Okay, great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Cindy on the parks? Okay. Moving over to Hamlet's, were you, who's gonna walk us through that?
I can walk you through that and
Okay.
Cynthia can jump in.
I just- I had a question. And it's. Everybody seems to have more money than Marl Bank, and I know it's probably because Marl Bank doesn't have all. But should they be penalized, like, you know, if we gave them more money, would they be able to do more things with their canteen and with their dome? For example, they get $6,000, like when you look at operating grant and Marl Bank with pavilion improvements, but then when I look at everybody else, they get operating grant of 7,500, and they also get upgrades to their buildings and stuff.
The dome was refurbished through a Trillium grant in 2020, so it shouldn't have any sort of capital fixes.
I'm just
Throughout.
thinking about around the area
The
itself.
area?
I know that they would like to maybe put in a covered area. They would, I think, I'm not sure if, I think Christine showed, oh, maybe she didn't show everybody. I told her to run it by Ron. Like, you know, picnic tables and stuff like that. And if they had the money, it would be easier for them to maybe pursue some of that. Ron, do you have any comments on that, or do you know what I'm talking about?
To you, sir, I did see the renderings. But yeah, that could be a possibility.
It's just that, like, you know, I just feel like, you know, each of the hamlets, the residents within the hamlets should be treated the same financially if we're going to be doing that kind of thing. So I would just maybe like us to review what all of the hamlets are getting and making sure that Marl Bank is equitable as well.
Equitable, okay, we'll do.
I had no questions on anything else there.
Okay, shall we move on to the arena, page 29?
Anybody have any questions? Oh, okay. I had one, maybe it's because it's being covered by a grant. This is on line 524 on page 30. We've been having 10,000 in there for the emergency exits in the new code and stuff. But now we don't have it in there.
I believe it's reflected in the capital.
Oh, but the capital, okay,
Yes.
good, thank you.
Are there any other questions about the arena?
Where is the arena?
Just over across the bridge over there.
The arena?
Yes.
Just wondering if there was any expense we need to budget for the roof,
For the roof?
for the roof.
I believe it's outlined in our capital asset plan. And,
Yeah, so there's not, it is.
I just didn't know if there was
we had,
some of the-
maintenance that's done this year to
so we.
just keep it viable, not even keep.
So we had an inspection, there was a tender put out in 2024. And Q&E Engineering came out in early 2025 to inspect the arena, and everything looked good. And he said it was completely sound and that it could wait for it to be. To get a new roof, through the time frame that we've given in our capital asset plan, so.
It was like $2 million, right? Like,
Yeah, it's $2 million, and I believe it's in the 2029 mark.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So I'm missing the arena capital here. I have, if I turn the page, I see pool capital.
Yeah, the same way.
I don't see arena capital unless arena building and arena equipment, we have 24,000 for that compressor or whatever.
You think?
That's it, your worship, I'm sorry, I didn't put that little, highlighting with each color, because anything coded 58,000 and something or other is a capital account.
Okay, so going back to my question, then what about the 10,000 for the emergency exit?
And there's $24,000 budgeted and includes emergency exits, camera, grill tables. So it does include.
Oh, okay, so that's down there now,
Yes,
and so then, okay,
but it would also be in the capital plan.
but I thought the compressor was going to be more than. Like, if you're looking, including exits, the cameras, the grill, the tables, and the 24,000, what's the cost of the compressor?
Compressor was done in 2025.
I thought, Ron, you said there was gonna be another one that had to be done.
Yes, so we are, we did an overhaul of compressor 2 in 2025, and we have another compressor to do this year,
So what's the cost of that compressor?
about $12,000.
So that's what I'm saying, do we have enough money in that account to cover? Emergency extras, the capital plan, the grills, tables, and this is line number 525 on page 30.
Line 519 is where the compressors moved to.
519.
It's in the second column of notes.
Under repair.
Okay. So, okay, good, okay, and reading equipment, okay, thank you very much. So then everything,
Your worship, like the following, or the arena equipment, will that? Get the canteen in a place that it can stay
Yes.
working?
Yes.
That's, I just didn't wanna miss that, it's been
Mhm.
down multiple times, it's kind of unfair to the person that's.
Yeah.
Leasing that space as well, so I just.
Yeah.
Checking that we're getting it done,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay,
thank you.
good enough, any other questions? Okay, and splash pad with questions.
On page 31, I just want to highlight one item that has moved. 536 and
Mhm.
539. Cynthia, our treasurer, has split up the operations with. She split up the operations and the programming fees into two separate
Yes.
lines.
Yes, Councilor Fleetwood.
To the community development coordinator, 535, 5. Yeah, 535, the pool heater,
Yes.
there's 157,000 in brackets there, what's that?
That's, sorry, if I may speak to that, that's just a variance from, in 2025, there was 175,000 that was planned as a transfer from reserve. But that was for all those works that never happened, and the grant that never happened. So we can't really compare the transfer. So what's happening in 2026 is that we're pulling 17,993 out of the reserve that people have put in there. People have through donations for the pool heater. We're pulling that to cover the cost of pool heater. Well, there's some donations, so the 17,993 and the 4360 are gonna cover the cost, most of the cost of the pool heater.
Okay, I was hoping it wasn't 157.
No.
Right, no.
Very expensive
That
heater.
heat up stove.
Many other questions? Okay, we'll move on to tab 4F.
Sir,
Yes, please, William.
if you just go back to the library.
Oh, sorry. Where's,
Page 30.
okay, there we are. Yep.
Just, the library, just a simple line there, it's the municipal levy. As, Cynthia had mentioned, we still do not have a finalized, budget document from them, as it's not been approved by the board, I don't think. So we have increased it by 2% to the 177.39.
Okay. Now, planning and development, zoning and site plans.
Through the mayor and all of council, many of these items have been approved either through the Spark agreement or through the user fee bylaw that we just passed the other night. These are just projections that are based on some historical averages of what we do for zoning applications, variance applications. You'll see the new severance fee is also included with a projected revenue. That's based on some historical trends. We have stopped, we've moved, and maybe Cynthia can explain this. The way we were tracking some salaries and expenses and planning, I believe just been moved out of that and is now over in administration now.
Yes, I just stopped, there was a lot of tracking going on and moving of accounts here and there, and I just stopped doing some of that. I didn't think it's necessary.
Can you just go ahead?
With the zoning certificates, we used to have no budget, and then we had an income of $300, now we're up to $3,750. What changed to cause that extra revenue?
Through the mayor and all of council, we actually created that account for 2026. It was being lumped in under tax certificates previously. I don't know if Cynthia, you can explain.
Again, sorry, it was grouped with another account and then you couldn't really tell what was in, what would be. So sometimes I've split these accounts so that you can see things more clearly. The same what I did with overtime for roads, because the overtime was all grouped with salaries and wages and you never saw what the overtime really was. So I pulled that out and I put it into the overtime so that you can see that they're spending over $50,000 a year in overtime. So sort of same deal, it's just that they were doing things in counts and I just like to separate them out.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing. We'll move on to tab 5.
So we're pretty much done the budget here because we're now into the capital and you've already reviewed all the capital, and unless there's something specifically that anybody wants to speak to, we have completed the review of this budget.
Can I, under 2026, and we talked about the Hughes grant, and I see we got it in there for 615. Did you indicate that of the 820 that we got, some of it's being spent in 2027?
It's on the capital plan, and it's, let me just see if I can find the page, it'd be the public works.
What's that thing?
In the water.
Okay, this is on page 33. When I'm looking at type of funding,
Just used to, I guess.
yeah,
Sorry, your worship, that's just because I only identified the funding, the full funding for capital for 2026. I didn't do
So
that
but-
for 2027, but it is in a capital.
but
fund.
so there is, the rest of it is in
Absolutely,
2027.
yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. This goes to speak though, like, the expenses we have coming down the pipeline. We're gonna have, we definitely need some help. Okay, moving on to 6. Oh, this is just all of the, what's coming due. If there's anything anybody wants to bring forward in that. So going right through for the next 10 years, so. Very detailed, this would be based from the asset management plan. Okay. And then item 8 deals with the reserve fund, which is a great summary. Councilor Delegate, this is always something you've been looking for. Okay. And then we. You got 8? I say, yeah, you don't have 8? Nope. Oh, okay.
Where it's not very different.
Well, unless anybody has. anything to point out, we can go and talk about the things that we sort of pulled forward, or we pulled out, or we have.
Yeah, I don't wanna talk about anything, and Councilor Val agreed with me earlier, that this was a lot easier to follow than previous years. I mean, I remember with the ruler, trying to figure out what's going on, and by the time you got home, you couldn't even think straight, so. I wanna commend you just for the ease of reading this, even though some people read the things, some people don't actually understand what's going on, so thank you.
Excellent, I think you had one to say something too,
Yeah, your worship, this will be the 8th budget that I've done, and as the deputy mayor said, it was the easiest to follow. It's also the first budget that I've seen, and I mean this, no offense to our treasury team, the CAO, but the first budget that I've seen that kind of reflects a farm and the way a farm works. Because on a farm, you have many different things. You have your livestock here, and you have the health and well-being of those animals. You have feed, your nutrition and stuff there. Then you're also growing the crop. Now, from the crop to the animal, they're two totally different things. All of those things have to work together to make a farm function. All of those things face different price swings from year to year. As Councilor Fuller said at the last council meeting, fertilizers, crazy busy. So, you know, you balance through the years, and every different aspect has to work together for the farm to function. And this is the first year that I've done a budget where I feel like every aspect of the municipality has worked together for the betterment of the municipality. So that's a huge thank you to all of the staff, and a big thank you to CAO Diskey and treasury team. It's not an easy undertaking. It's a terrifying budget when you look at where the municipality of Tweed stands, and doing this budget, the 4th budget of this term, you feel a lot better. I know it's difficult when there's tax increases on the public, but we knew that it was coming. We feel like we're in a better situation moving forward and for the new council next time. So thank you very much. And I would say it's been a successful budget process. Thank you.
Anybody else? Just want to say, I just want to echo, great job, gang. I mean, this was great. I also love the fact that each of our managers took ownership of their own budgets this time. And you did a wonderful job in presenting all of you. And it shows ownership and then accountability. And I'm feeling extremely comfortable with what we've come up with here today. I know we're going to be voting on a couple of separate items that we're going to pull out and vote on them independently. But well done, team, and thank you very much. I know, Cindy, when you came, it's not quite what you expected when you got here. But you've done an amazing job, a job of pulling it all together, and getting the 2024 FRI done for us, and the audit finished, and that's great. We're almost done the 2025, and that's great. Plus, working on a 2026 budget. And so this is done a great job. We're extremely grateful, and for being part-time. Oh my gosh, thank you. I know you've put more in part-time because I call you all the time with a little something, and you're always quick to respond. But thank you very much, all of you. Great job, great job. Okay, so now are we going to, Laura? Well, go ahead, Ron.
Through you, can we go to budget recommendations before we go into the full items?
Yeah.
So there are a list of recommendations, but Laurie's put together, I guess, instead of going through every one of them, there was initially going to be recommendation of budgets approved, but I know Laurie has worked on separating out the items that everybody mentioned that they wanted to bring back. For example, the chipper and the street light stuff. So in order to, the recommendation would be, and I'm not exactly sure how it said, but she's going to go through the items that council has specifically mentioned that they wanted to vote on.
Okay, Laurie.
They're all in the resolution.
Oh, my boy.
You want to get a mover and a seconder?
Okay, no, I have to pull this out. So. Okay.
Maybe I should change the order. Should I put the first one at the end where they approve the budget? Should I move that? That's what I'm thinking. I should move the first one to the end.
So
Yes.
specifically deal with the items in question and then approve the budget with those changes?
Let me just, give me 1 second.
So then, how would you want me to read this?
Just
Because
read-
we're gonna vote on each of these independently, right?
Yeah, I'm just moving the first one to the end.
Okay.
There you go.
But like, this is all one motion. If I get a mover and a seconder, each one of these things we're gonna vote on.
They gotta.
Yes, but they're all in to approve or not approve the different things you've discussed today.
But each one. But like, you know, if I get a mover and a seconder and I say be it resolved that council approve the increases in special area rates for streetlights and garbage collection as proposed, if somebody said they object to that. Okay, that's that one item that we're voting on, then the next one is an item we're voting on, or do we can have a mixed mash of things that we support and don't support within the same resolution?
Yeah, well then I might agree with something and
That's
disagree
right.
with the next thing, so I'm not gonna vote for it because I disagree with
That's
one
right.
part of it.
That's what I'm saying. Like at the very end to vote, I think each of these has to be a separate resolution.
Okay, I can just make notes of it.
I think that's the
And
best
do it
thing.
that way if you prefer. Or give me a couple minutes, I'd have to move them all into separate resolutions.
I think she could just make note of who voted for what.
Yeah. Well, not who supported, I mean, unless people are gonna ask for a recorded vote on every item.
Yes. I was waiting for somebody.
So if you wanna go through. If you wanna go through each one individually, even though they're together right now, I'll make note of who first and seconds them and if they're carried. And then I'll
Are you okay
rearrange
with
it
that?
to not hold you up if you wanna do that.
Are you okay to do that?
I'm okay.
Okay, let's give you a minute to get set up.
No, go
Better than
ahead.
us sitting here watching you.
Yeah, you've got to sit and watch them tight.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so
Good.
could I have a mover and a seconder for the first motion, which is be it resolved that council approves the increase in special area rates for streetlights and garbage collection as proposed. However, we have to change that motion. Okay, be it resolved that council approves the investigation of separating streetlights and crosswalks.
Oh, I have that down further. Before I
Okay,
interrupt.
so let's disregard that. Cause we do,
Just let it die on the floor.
well, no, we got the, cause we've got the, we do wanna have a increase in garbage.
Right, so I think, like the things that are being approved in the budget. As it is, you don't have to speak up, it's just that, but the ones that you wanna pull out.
That's right.
It's the street light one, you like the.
That's
the
right.
Garbage collection, okay, with $10
Yeah,
increase.
he has to pull that out.
It's the street light that requires investigation
right.
to pull out the costs for crosswalks and traffic lights. And then rework the rate that
That's right.
residents would be charged.
So that's the first one. So we have a mover and a seconder for that
Okay,
one.
so I've just reworded it a little bit, if
Okay.
you wanna do it that way.
Be it resolved that council approves the increase in special area rates for streetlights as proposed in council directs staff to remove the cost of traffic lights and crosswalks from the late charges to residents and recalculate the annual levy. It still shouldn't take,
You can't approve the rate as
No.
it
that's
is.
right, exactly.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So council approves the increase in the garbage collection increase. And council directs staff to remove the costs of traffic lights and crosswalks from the late charges to residents and recalculate that annual levy. We're not approving anything there for that one. Other than they study then to come back. So you can separate the two of them if you want, it's up how you want to do it.
The only other issue there then is to deal with, how do you cover the rest of the costs?
The rest of the cost comes out of our operating budget for that.
Exactly, and to me, with like. You have to figure out how you're gonna fund it. Now, we don't wanna increase more financing. All I'm suggesting, like, it might be $20,000. And we know we have a surplus of 300 to 500.
Right.
We'll just say we adjust the surplus
That's
to
right.
cover the additional costs of the streetlights.
Okay, yes, that makes sense, perfect sense.
if all that can be addressed.
Makes sense till you have to write it down.
Right.
Does that make sense? What I just moved it to a separate second
Yeah,
resolution.
be it resolved that council approves the increase in square foot area rates for garbage collection proposed. Can I have a mover and a second for that, please? Thank you, Councilor Palmetier. Thank you, Councilor Valiquette. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder that direct staff to remove the cost of traffic lights and crosswalks from the late charges to residents and recalculate the annual levy and any increase to be taken from the surplus from 2025 and direct council to take any surplus from 2025. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Councilor Palmetier. All in favor? Thank you. I'll wait till you catch that down. No, it's okay. Okay. Okay, can I have and I had a mover and a seconder for that. Yes, and we said all in favor. Okay. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder that for the approval of the use of 300,000 of the estimated 2025 surplus towards funding the 2026 budget, and if the 2025 surplus is greater than 300,000, the increase to be used to reduce 2026 financing requirements. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councilor Valiquette. Thank you, Councilor Freeland. Any comments, questions? All in favor? Okay, let's see how to keep forward. But I have a mover and a seconder for council to approve the conversion of the bag tag reserve fund to a bag tag reserve and discontinue paying back the internal loans, saving $696,060 in debit payments. So move in a second, please. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Councilor Palmetier. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. Let's get my head around this. Can I have a mover and a seconder for council, for approval of the debt refinance? Are you okay, Lori? Approval of the debt financing requirements as presented in the 2026 budget in the amount of $538,861, with the understanding that if the 2025 surplus is greater than 300,000, the additional funds will be used to reduce debt financing. They have a mover and a seconder for that, please. Thank you, Councilor Palmetier. Thank you, Councilor Valiquette. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, oops, sorry. Squeeze that. Go. All right. Can I move in a seconder for the approval of the library levy as indicated in the budget in the amount of $177,394? Move in a seconder, please. Thank you, Councilor Fleeler and Councilor Palmetier. Okay, all in favor?
It's only been 2.5 years.
And could I have a move in a seconder for council approval of the use of $1,302,585 in reserve funding to reduce the burden on taxation and cover capital expenditures as presented? I move in a seconder, please. Thank you, Council Palmetier. Thank you.
Just put this in this here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Jamie. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any questions on that? Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Could I move to seconder for council approval to transfer 150,000 from operating to Public Works Winter Reserve to reduce the volatility of annual winter costs related to the provision of sand and salt? All in favor?
I'm moving second.
Oh, could I move for second? Councilor Valiquette and Councilor Palmetier. All in favor? Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder for to table the approval of the addition of facility manager in 2026? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Council Palmetier. Thank you, Council Valiquette.
Recorded vote here, please.
Oh, knew it was coming.
Okay, I don't. It's okay.
Are you guys okay?
We're okay.
Right.
Okay, so well, first of all, what's the resolution, to approve or not approve it?
I table it as to approve.
To approve it, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As a mover, right?
You're right. I'm sorry.
To
Sorry.
approve.
So then we will start with Councillor Palmetier, how do you vote?
Approve.
Deputy Mayor Demarge, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Fleeler, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Valicat, how do you vote?
Approve.
Deputy Mayor Demarge, or I'm sorry. I did vote.
I get to vote?
I'll take it, I'll take it.
Mayor Demarge, how do you, oh my God. Mayor DeGenova, how do you vote?
Support.
So it's passed with a 3-2.
Now,
Carried.
okay. This other motion, and somebody tells me if they want to submit it as an approval or should I submit as approval and then they can read it? Okay. Okay, the next one is, can I move in a seconder to table council approval for the purchase of a public works chipper, please? Move in a second. Thank you, Council Palmetier. Thank you, Council Valiquette. All
Approve.
approved,
Palmetier.
approved.
Like that's, you said whether you approve or not approve.
Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to table council approval? Can I say approval? Or, okay, I'm tabling it as approval of approval of the purchase of a public works snow blower. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Councillor Valiquette. All in favor? Could I have a mover and a seconder to table the approval of the purchase of public works hand
Mayor, should that be trucks?
trucks, sorry, trucks. There's three trucks.
Should have public works, two, then the trucks, maybe.
And two. Yep. What would you do? Yes.
Your worship, I don't disagree that we need trucks, but I disagree that I can't see how we can do trucks in there. I don't know, like that's. Our capital expenses have gone up $2.4 million in a year.
Again, remember,
I
if we're covering it in debt, we're not covering it in maintenance costs, so one offsets the other, there's no increase. Yes,
know, I understand that, but it's the burden on the taxpayers
there's
and
no expense.
anyway.
Yeah, I understand where Councillor Failer is and just briefly, and it's on top. We had 2 years in a row where our accountant pointed out, look at your repair costs on equipment on the farm.
Yep.
And then you look at it and you can finance a piece of equipment that's way more money than you've ever borrowed for a piece of equipment, because it's all too expensive now. And you can look at it, you can finance it, and like just having the 3 years of warranty or any kind of warranty is such a huge advantage, because then you get the little bugs out and then you have something that's usable. Because if it might be cheap to have it sitting there, but when it just sits there, it costs you money. So we might as well have something that runs.
Yeah, and I did just exactly what you said, but it's the two thing that bothers me, and I understand, I do understand, but I just can't.
It's okay.
It's a big no.
It's big. Thank
Quite
you.
honestly, the ordering process might push one into the following year.
Yeah.
You let them in, they may not be able to get two, or we'll come in 26.
That's true too.
Might come in 27.
2025.
Yes.
It'll be 27, yeah. We're seeing.
Is there any tariff on those things?
Don't even.
See it now, the big thing.
Okay, let me just see, okay, so the council approved the purchase of Public Works 2 tandem trucks. I'm moving a second for the approval. Thank you, Council Palmetier, thank you, Council Valiquette, all in favor. Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to table the approval of the purchase of Public Works half-ton truck, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Councilor Palmetier. All in favor? Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder that a $3,500 budget be included in the Christmas dinner? Or no, for a Christmas dinner. Yeah, moving. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Marsh. I'm a seconder on that. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councilor. I always appreciate when people second something. Thank you very much, Councilor Fleeler. All in favor?
Repeated.
Further. Further that council direct staff to leave the hydro out of the budget for this year. And pursue opportunities for corporate sponsorship and then have it as a biannual budgeted item. I'll move on to seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Valiquette and Councillor Palmetier. All in favor? And now this is the last one. Has everybody gotten everything out that we said we were gonna talk about individually, separately? Okay, now therefore be it resolved that council approves the 2026 operating and capital budgets as presented. And approves a municipal tax rate increase of 7.85% with 6% towards infrastructure and 1.85% general taxation. Move in seconder. Thank you, Councillor Palmetier. Thank you, Councillor Valiquette. All in favor? Thank you. Good, thank you. So now, Cindy, you said this is basically our public meeting on this. So please, you please share with everybody what you're gonna share with me.
So as far as I'm aware of, there's no need for public approval because the public are welcome to come to the council meetings. And I know in my past, we didn't, it was just open, if the public wanted to, and they could attend. We used to send out surveys in way in advance of them, asking them what they wanted, but it's kind of too late now to ask the public for their input when the budget was done. It should be like 4 months ago to ask them maybe for input, but at this point, there's no legal requirement that they have to approve it or have it.
I guess this video is there too, eh? Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Well, if we are successful in any grant funding, would that reduce some of the numbers here?
So your worship, it depends on what the grant funding is for. Say, for example, if one of the tandems, all of a sudden there's a grant for that tandem and we get it, yes, it would cover that.
And same with Clinton Road.
I mean, yeah, the Clinton Road, like the Reynolds Culvert, yeah.
Yes. Oftentimes grants, though, you're not allowed to start the work before the grant happens, too, so there's kind of that little bit of difficulty.
We haven't started to work yet, but.
No.
you mentioned it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, gang, thank you very much. I guess the formal budget will be now tabled on the website or something, or appended to our next council meeting, just as an information item. Lori?
I have, I'm gonna have to do an adjustment to the streetlights,
Right.
I think, in order to, because the tax rate, those rates come in with the tax rate. So I'll do that first to figure out what the streetlight charge is,
Okay.
and then the adjustment to the surplus.
Okay.
And I think that's all that needs to be adjusted, and then it's done, and then, yes, it can be posted.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Mover and second.
Our last budget. Oh,
To adjourn.
sorry. Never move in a second to adjourn. Council Palmetier, Council Valiquette, all in favor?